Okay, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I'm going to call the meeting to order. And we'll start as usual with the playing of our national anthem. The municipality of Whitestone recognizes all of Canada resides on traditional, unceded and/or treaty lands of the Indigenous people of Turtle Island. We recognize our municipality on the Robinson-Huron Treaty Territory is home to many past, present, and future Indigenous families. This acknowledgement of the land is a declaration of our commitment and collective responsibility to reconcile the past and to honor and value the culture, history, and relationships we have with one another. I'll now ask if anyone on the council has a pecuniary interest in today's proceedings.
Mr. Mayor, I have pecuniary interest in 11.
Sorry, I don't think people can hear you, Councillor Bray. Sorry.
I have a pecuniary interest for 11.6, the Royal Canadian Legion Branch 394 letter.
And since we're on that subject, so do I as well. Anything else? No? All right. Can I get a motion then, please, to approve the agenda as circulated? Moved by Councillor Woods. Seconded by Councillor Bray. Any discussion? Woods, Bray. All those in favor, please. Thank you. That's carried. Oh, all right. No problem. So the first real item on the agenda is a draft animal and bird control bylaw, for which, sir, I believe there are no motions that we should do it in committee of the whole. So could I get a mover and seconder, please, to move into committee of the whole? Councillor Lamb moves, seconded by Councillor Wood. Any discussion? All those in favor? Thank you. That's carried. We are in committee of the whole as of 4:05 p.m. All right, so, I wonder if our Madam CAO, did you want to introduce this item?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I don't have a lot to say about the animal and bird control bylaw because Mr. Morrison is here to talk about that. But it's just a reminder that this came to council in October of last year, just before the election, and it was received for information. It was presented by the Agricultural Committee, and it's been on our radar for a year now. As indicated in the unfinished business listing, that it was for discussion and by council in 2003, and it's now just made its way to the council agenda for discussion and review. And other than that, I think that the maybe Mr. Morrison would like to speak to it. He was one of the architects of this. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. We do have with us in the community center, Dennis Morrison, who was part of that, I guess it was the Agricultural Committee. Dennis, would you? Yes, please go. I'm going to ask Dennis to go to the microphone. We do have a couple of people on the Zoom call, and that way they will be able to hear what you have to say. So please.
Am I live here? Yeah.
I believe you are. Yes, sounds like it.
Thank you very much for inviting me this afternoon. I really wasn't prepared to make any speech. I was told I was here just to answer any questions you might have. I will tell you that the Agricultural Subcommittee, we haven't been meeting since the new council took place. But this has been sitting for some time now, back and forth between the bylaw officer, between council, and I believe Mr. Jackson made comments as well. And you can see them all there. I will tell you the last time we met as an agricultural committee, when this bylaw came back, we made no changes to it from where you saw it before. So it's exactly the same one that we had presented earlier. Mr. Jackson has made comments, but I can't speak for him, but I don't see any issues with comments that he made at the very end of this presentation. At the end of the what was it? 5.13, October 4th, 2022, Mr. Jackson made some comments regarding the zone bylaw compliance issue, because that was one of the issues I think you guys had, was a question about the conflict between what the zoning bylaw says and then what this had to say, this one. And I think clearly the piece, I had a chance quickly to look at this, but item E of 3.03 accessory uses, he does talk the very last statement, which I think clarifies it very well. The use of any accessory building or structure for the keeping of animals other than domestic pets is not permitted in any residential or waterfront zone unless specifically authorized by the provisions of that zone. And this is the key part, is this last part, or except in accordance with any applicable bylaw of the municipality. So certainly if this bylaw was passed, it would override the zoning one, as far as I understand it. Sorry, Michelle. Can't hear me?
If you could lower the
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, there we go. Okay. Yeah, right here. Yeah. I'm talking around it, not in it. Thank you. Thanks for bringing that up. So that's it.
Well, thank you, Dennis. I guess I'm in the position of, not really having thought about this for quite some time.
Right.
Trying to get my head around what we're doing here. But tell me if this conclusion is right. Under item 7, there are general exceptions, and the last one says the keeping of livestock for any use, propagation, or profit, or they are kept pursuant to applicable provincial and federal statutes. So, and this is in zoning in areas where they're permitted by the zoning bylaw. So really what we're not talking about farms here. What we're talking about is we're talking about people keeping animals on essentially residential properties. And that's what this bylaw would enable. That, and am I correct in saying that as of this moment is not permitted?
That's correct. And
Yeah.
I came to this council, not this council, but maybe one or two before, asking for this very thing. And at the time, and I kind of remember my words, but I said, a lot of progressive communities are now moving towards allowing backyard farms, hobby farms. People take a lot more interest in the food they're eating.
Yeah.
And in this municipality, we basically prevented anybody from raising any livestock for that purpose. And that's what I was after. I wanted a tool so that people could become a hobby farmer, a backyard farmer. It's certainly, and if you look in this, we actually tied this to the definitions by OMAFRA. It says, how many animals are you allowed to have? What's the maximum you can have? If you go over that, now you're a farmer. Now you have to abide by a whole bunch of different laws. Okay, so we tied that to what they say as the number of animals. Okay, wasn't our rules. Many other bylaws out there say, oh, you can have 5 of this or 4 of that, but there's really we couldn't find any logic to that. So we went back to OMAFRA to find out, and we found some great definitions there. And that's why we tied it right to their website there on item L there on page 4 or 5 of that. But you're right, that's exactly where we started from, was we were looking for a tool, for a way for people that are moving up here and taking an interest in the food they eat.
Okay, well, thank you. Are there other questions or comments from councilors? Councilor Nash.
Yeah, thank you. I have 2 questions, and mind my first question, Dennis. But I guess my first, and I think you've answered a lot of it. When I was reading it, I didn't understand where the bylaw originated from, like why we needed it. So from what I understand, the reason that you were working on this or had requested it was to allow for some, I'll call backyard farming if we want to allow it, because right now there's nothing written in our policy that would allow it really. Am I correct in my?
That's correct. Even though there was some anecdotal evidence that people were doing it, there really wasn't any, there wasn't a bylaw allowing it to happen.
Okay. And my second question, or maybe it's a question for after, on page 2 of 5, under 3 enforcement, it would be page 12 of 195 on our agenda. It says, upon receiving a complaint, a bylaw enforcement officer is authorized to enter. And I would just think that maybe that would be better written, upon receiving a formal written complaint. Kind of to follow, I know we have a complaint form that can be online or somebody can submit it. So instead of somebody just phoning and saying, my neighbor is doing X, Y, and Z, I think we should make sure to write, if we can, upon receiving I'm gonna add the word, a formal written complaint. If anybody has any issues with that.
Never thought of that, Scott, but I mean, the bylaw officer actually took several kicks at the cat with that and never said that. But I don't think you have to, could be wrong here, but I think you can call up the bylaw officer and make a complaint without a written formal complaint, and then he will follow up.
Well,
Because I've done that.
I think that's how it is now, but
Are you changing that?
no, I'm going off a little bit because we have a formal complaint process on our website, but we can just pick up the phone, and it kind of, to me, is not just for here. I think if there is any bylaw, if you go into any other municipality, it's always a formal written complaint you have to do, not just pick up the phone and talk to them and say, my neighbor has a bonfire, come out, right? It has to be, that's fine, but you need to write a written complaint so it can be followed. But anyway, it's just my suggestion. That was all.
Okay, thank you. Are there other questions or comments about this? Yeah. Councilor Lamb.
Yeah, the first thing I wrote, and I think you've kind of answered it, Dennis, because this goes back not just to 2022, but I think 3 or 4 years ago, this all started, right? And
Yep.
so the first question I had was, why is this needed? Right? What problems are we having? And dare say, I would think that we don't have, or have very, very few problems, right? Is that true? Or would the CAO know, or we had, no, you would know whether there's formal complaints?
We did ask the question to the bylaw officer. Before we started this, how many complaints you getting about animals?
And the answer was,
Very few, almost none.
yeah, that's my point.
However, I
So
will
I-
tell you,
I know, let me finish
Yep.
okay, please. I know you're passionate about this, so,
No, I'm
but
not.
hold your passion, please. Yeah, because what I don't want to do is solve a problem that may not even exist. And I know that the existing is, this started off with, we used to call it the chicken bylaw, because it was all about chickens in residential areas, okay?
Yep.
But I notice now, I think this goes far beyond chickens. You can have
oh yeah,
you can have a cow or a horse or a.
doesn't specify what type of
Well,
animal
I think
husbandry.
in waterfront residential areas that I know of, for someone to bring in a cow or a horse or a whatever, or a rooster, more importantly, is not appropriate in my mind. And as much as you might say, there's lots that limit the amount of chickens, there's also a lot of these bylaws that limit roosters. And we've got hundreds of people that live on the lake that come up here, on weekends, and they've worked hard all weekend or all week, as do local people. They may live on the lake and they don't want to wake up to a rooster at 5 o'clock in the morning and or whatever time, right? So I am not for having roosters in residential waterfront properties. So I can tell you that right off the bat. You don't have to comment. That's just my stance on it, and always has been. So
I would like to comment, actually,
sure,
if I'm allowed.
but I'm not the chair. The chair's over here.
Well, are you finished with what?
No,
you're
I've got
saying?
several other questions.
Um,
Can I not go through my questions?
yeah, I was gonna say, you could carry on.
Well, if Dennis wants to.
But Dennis, if you do want to reply, it's,
I can do it at the end, or I can do it now,
Yeah.
however you want.
go ahead.
Well, I will tell you about the rooster thing, and Joe, you and I've had numbers of chats about that, but 5 o'clock in the morning doesn't stop a crow or a Canada goose from being outside your house and making even more noise. And you can't control that.
But
The other thing I did tell you about with the roosters is typically in meat bird operation, the birds never get old enough to actually become mature enough to ever crow. So that doesn't even happen for a majority of the birds. And anybody that's raising chickens for eggs already knows roosters don't lay eggs. So roosters aren't as big of an issue, in my personal opinion, as what you're making it out to be. Thank you.
Good, thank you. That doesn't change my mind on this bylaw. I will not be supporting.
Doesn't
that.
change mine either.
Well, I'm voting, you're not, so there you go.
Oh,
Okay, and again, I have some great issues in residential waterfront properties with goats and horses and sheeps and pigs and donkeys and ostriches and all the rest of them. I don't think in waterfront properties, residential waterfront, if they're rural residential, I think that's a little different than waterfront residential. And I don't think all those animals should be in there. So that's another comment that I have. As far as the enforcement, I remember going through this on the dog bylaw. We leave it up to the Provincial Offenses Act. And in the dog bylaw, it says if your dog goes missing and the bylaw officer has to go, find it and corral it and take it back to the owner, that there shall be a $50 fine associated with that, right? As opposed to taking them to the provincial provincial enforcement people. I believe if our enforcement officer is out in a case like this, that there should be a set fine as opposed to going to the Provincial Offenses Act, whatever that is, $100 or $200 or whatever it is. That's just a comment that I have. And I think that if there is such a fine associated with it, it shouldn't say may give a fine. It should say, as the dog bylaw does, it shall or will be enforced. So that's another comment I have. I also think that, and I've always felt this, that if our bylaw officer is out on something like this, I'm probably not going to win this one, but I think if a dog or an animal goes missing and our bylaw officer comes out and uses 2 or 3 or 5 hours of his time to corral and return that animal or whatever, that I think the person responsible for the animal should be paying, not every other taxpayer. So responsibilities of the owner, number D, the owner under 4D on page 113 of 195. No owner shall permit any livestock owned in their care to make excessive or any unnecessary noise that is likely to disturb an inhabitant of the municipality. I just find that just so much of a matter of opinion. What's excessive to one person isn't to another, and bylaw, you know, he says that's excessive. You go to court, and they say, that's not excessive. That's a really wishy-washy way to put it. I don't know what better word is there, but excessive bothers me there. I like the second part, or any unnecessary noise. But what's unnecessary? If a cow moos all night, is that unnecessary? I don't know. I have trouble with that statement, I guess is my comment. All water, I'm now on page 14 of 195. Number KL, all waterways must be protected from the contamination and erosion of livestock can cause from 20-meter setback from the high water mark. Is that from that, Dennis? Is that from the OFRA? How did we come up with 20 meters is my question.
I think that was a MAFRA setback that we were using on that, if I recall. I can't tell you exactly, but pretty sure it is. Yeah. Can I get back to the other comments that you made? Can I make some comments back to those ones?
No, I'm just giving my opinion. I'm not asking you a
Yeah.
question.
Okay.
And you're supposed to be answering questions the
Yeah.
council has, not,
Yeah,
we're not entering into a debate here, okay? Thank you.
I understand. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, so I don't know whether 20 meters back is far enough or not. I guess if the Ontario government says 20 meters is 20 meters, then that's what it is. So, let me just go somewhere else.
Well,
I had I think that's all. Like the mayor, I had a question on E. I wasn't sure exactly what that means under general exemptions, and I guess that's farmland is what I read it as, right? Is that correct? You're referring to farms in number E, right? The last page.
he's talking about exemptions, the general exemptions part E, the one that I asked you about previously. And I think you said, yes, this is not applicable to farms, it's applicable to,
that's correct.
I
That's
mean,
correct.
people who have farms can keep roosters and other noisy animals, and they can do whatever, and they can have lots of them, and
Yep.
you know. But okay,
Okay, yeah, thank you. I finished my question.
okay,
We'll have
thank you.
debate on this afterwards, right, before we pass it.
Well, I don't think we actually have a motion in connection. I think all we're interested in doing is seeing sort of what's the next step here. We're trying to get people back up to speed on where we are. Trying to get council back up to speed. I was just going to respond to one question that came up a little bit earlier. I mean, I agree that there hasn't been a huge demand for, or a huge number of complaints on this particular issue. There were, however, at the time this subject came up, there were several individuals.
Sorry, go ahead.
There were several individuals who were in fact keeping animals in properties that were not, where it was not permitted. And some of them, I suspect, may still be in this situation. So you get into this, and that was what the discussion was about, because I recall there were some individuals who came to the meeting and said, like, what we're doing is not, it's responsible, it's not causing anybody any harm, it's not polluting, it's not doing any of that, but our property that we're on happens to be a waterfront residential property. And so, and we're keeping a few goats or whatever it was, and that's how we got down this path in the first place. And I think there were all others who have chickens, and I see more and more people that are keeping small numbers of chickens, although the majority of them here are on farms. In fact, they're not on, I mean, they're on property that is zoned rural. When I say farms, that's zone rural. So they're not violating anything, but there may be some that are just kind of going under the radar, and all it takes is for somebody to complain, and then they say, well, sorry, but you're not allowed to. And then my law officer would then have to, I guess, tell them to get rid of them or whatever it is, right? So that's why this is happening. Anyway,
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, there also was some incidents in town here that I was thinking about. Of some chickens running loose, and I think one bit someone or something, as I recall back 3 or 4 years. Brian.
oh yes, that's
Brian was laughing as you were talking, so it was.
well, I'll let him I'll let him speak next.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, I think what Councillor Lamb was talking about 5 years ago, I think. There was someone that had a big Muscovy duck that followed some geese across the street here, and they're doing what geese do and doing what ducks do. Getting back to your point about there's some people that have or have had farm animals on their properties where they would have been contravening the bylaw. That's me. Not anymore, but before I had my hand surgeries, I had hundreds of birds at my house. And you never would have known. I had a lot of roosters, and as soon as they started to crow, they went to freezer camp. And I don't know, to me, it never bothered me, it never bothered my neighbors. I have a farm field directly across the street from me where, I mean, potentially I could look at a couple hundred cows every morning and listen to the roosters across the street. I don't have a problem with anybody keeping any animal in the municipality as long as it's properly cared for and properly dealt with. But that's me on a personal level. I've had animals as pets that probably most of the people in the world wouldn't have as a pet. But I can understand some people's complaints about listening to a rooster. I know a lot of farmers that won't have roosters because they don't like the sound of a rooster. It's just, you know, to me, it might bother some person, it might not bother some person else. But I've never seen a huge problem here in Whitestone, and I could tell you that there's probably dozens of people with properties that probably shouldn't have the animals they have on them, and there hasn't been an issue. And that's just my 2 cents if you wanted to hear.
Okay, thank you. Other comments? Councillor Nash?
Yeah, thank you through you, Mr. Mayor. Just one other thing I'd forgotten about, but I think Councillor Lamb might have spoken to it a little bit. For the waterfront lots, I know right now it speaks to in page 4 of 5 under item or L, it speaks about the 20-meter setback. When I was reading that, I was thinking that a lot of the time we refer to waterfront property, you know, it might be zoned waterfront, but you might have a property that's 1,000 feet deep. But I know somewhere in our official plan, we speak to waterfront, meaning a distance, I don't know if it's 100 meters from the shore or from the high water mark back is considered waterfront. And I'd say that 20 meters should maybe read whatever number we have in our official plan or our zoning, which I think is either 100 meters or maybe it's 120 meters back. And maybe the other thing, which I know I've seen because I drive by it all the time, is, you know, if you're gonna say you can have animals, again, I'm going and saying maybe, you know, say no waterfront, whatever that depth is. But also not in your front yard, similar to a lot of fencing bylaws, right? If you're gonna build a fence, put it behind your house. You're gonna keep the animals, keep them behind the house. It'll make it look a little cleaner. Might be one thing to do. You're not saying you can't have them, but just, you know, have them out of sight a little bit instead of in the front yard. And my other comment, which I'd already spoken to, I'd just ask if maybe we could speak to that and see if under enforcement that can be changed, but that can be on the next meeting when it comes back. That's all. Those are all my comments. Thank you.
Did you want to respond or do you want to? Yeah, yeah.
The 20-meter setback, I want to say that Dennis was right. That is an OMAFRA guideline, and that's even for farmers. You're not allowed to let your livestock walk up to the lake and drink out of the lake anymore. That was stopped years ago. Or rivers or creeks, any moving waterway, navigable waterway, I guess is what it would be. It has to be 20 meters back, and that's an OMAFRA guideline.
Yeah. Of course, the cattle, in my experience, do not know about the MFR guidelines. And they still they really like to go out onto a nice beach to where they can walk out into the water and get a good drink.
I don't disagree with you there, Mr. Mayor, but that's why
Yeah.
we got the laws in place for the farmers that have to abide by them also too, right?
Okay, thank you. Councillor Bray, did you have a comment?
Yeah, I found this an interesting bylaw, and I do agree that we need to have something so that the people who are having backyard chickens, which is mainly the most that anybody would have, unless you've got more property and you can have many birds or, you know, a cow or whatever, you're probably not going to have that. It's mainly the backyard chickens, which is what people like to have. And it's nice to be able to help people to become more sustainable, food wise. And we're always, I mean, that's a big thing now through the environment, through climate change and everything, because of our world being so unstable at times for our food sources, that it's good to be able to allow people to have that. I think that if anybody's going to have any of the other animals, they're going to have an awful lot of land to be able to keep them, because you can't keep a cow on a small piece of land. You can't, yeah, and if you've got goats, you have to have fencing because they'll just go everywhere. I have a farm on 3 sides of me. I hear the cows. They don't moo. They don't moo at all. All I hear is the one cow that has a lovely bell, and it clinks along, and it's so nice to listen to it when I'm out gardening. They have chickens and roosters next door. The rooster, hardly ever I hear a rooster, once in a while, but that's not anything compared to some of the other birds that are squawking at 5 in the morning. I think this is a good thing I think this is a good start to the bylaw. I mean, if there's other things that people would like to have changed in it, it can be tweaked, but I really think it's a good thing to have, and it's a good start. And I appreciate the work that the people did on developing this, because they took a lot of time and effort. And also, you know, we do have a really good regulations around through OMAFRA, and it's great that we can depend on those as well. I think that and the bylaw enforcement officer, he was involved in it, so he also is, you know, aware of these of the work that it would entail. So I think it's a really good start to the bylaw. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, I mean, I'll just make a couple of sort of quick comments. First of all, um, the way I tend to look at things like this is to say, well, I can remember some of the early discussions saying, there isn't anything that is sort of inherently evil or problematic about having chickens or goats or whatever, but there are obviously, or maybe even a horse or something in your backyard, but it really depends a great deal on how much property you have and whether or not you can do that in a way that doesn't impact other people. And I respect the fact that, people, I mean, even for, it isn't even necessarily a waterfront thing. Because let's face it, you can be disturbed in the early morning by someone driving a Sea-Doo past your place. Okay, so it's got nothing to do with animals or anything else, but it's got to do with somebody engaging in behavior that's not. And so, I think, we have to kind of look at what is we have to identify the kind of problematic behaviors. And it might be that, for example, someone across the road here in Dunchurch would decide, well, yeah, we could have it's not rural residential, but it's residential, or it's not waterfront, but it's rural residential. And maybe they have enough space for some animals, but if they were to have a cow, then there would be odor or something because their houses are close together and that would bother the people next door, and that would be a problem, right? So I think that's where the focus of it of this at the end should be. The other thing I'll point out is that there are properties, and this applies to a number of farms, and in fact, it even applies to some property that I own, which is or my family owns, which is it was a crown farm. It was patent lands that were deeded back in the 1800s, and there was a provision in our rubric that says once a farm, always a farm, right? But when the time came for the municipality to be created, people looked at it and said, well, that section, like there's two sections of land there. These are 100-acre sections. And a lot of it was cleared for farmland. It was pasture, it was hay, it was, had barns on it, all kinds of things back in the day. But there's some waterfront. So how did they zone it? Waterfront. I mean, there's no way that any reasonable person would say, well, I'm going to keep the animals on the waterfront side of it. But if you've got 70 or 80 acres out behind and there's pasture land and there's place to put a barn or whatever, then that's not anyway. So I think, and some of the farms are like some of the farms that we have, people that I know that farm, they actually back on the Magnetawan River, the Whitestone River. They go, all the property that they own goes all the way back there. And they literally, as I said a minute ago, they let the animals go back to the river and drink out of it. I know for a fact they did. We used to follow them, the animals, when I was a kid. So anyway, it's I guess really the question, I think that the bylaw is I kind of agree with Councilor Bray. I think it's not a bad start here. I guess my question to you would be, what do you, because we don't have an motion to approve it as it is coming, what do you think should happen next to this? What do you want to do?
I think we should come out of committee of the whole, isn't that? Or is that not the way this was?
Well, yeah, we will come out of committee of the whole, and we can pass a motion if you want, but.
No, I know, but it says here reconvene to regular meeting, and then the next thing says matters arising from the committee of the whole, and that's where we have the discussion, I think.
All right, fine, we can do that.
I'm
Have you
just
had
following
enough?
what the
Yeah.
motions were.
Okay, sorry, thank you. We'll do that. Do you, if there's nothing more than anybody wants, and wants to say without a motion on the floor, then I will call for a motion to reconvene into the regular meeting then.
I'll make that motion.
And that's Counselor Lamb moves, seconded by Counselor Nash. All those in favor of that motion? Okay, thank you. That's carried. And we're at 4:41. So. Matters arising from committee of the whole, so I apologize. There is, there is a motion. And there a suggested motion, and that is that the memo dated September 5th, 2023 from CAO Clerk Henry, the draft animal and bird control bylaw and the comments from John Jackson regarding the zoning bylaw compliance be received for information, and that the draft animal and bird control bylaw be revised and modified as discussed by council and brought back to a council meeting at a future date. So does someone wish to move that? All right, so Counselor Woods moves. Is there a seconder? Counselor Bray. Before we go any further, I think what I'd like to do is ask our CAO clerk if she's in a position to do what this motion says. If she thinks that she's got enough information.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. It looks like, I think Councillor Nash and my list of motions is missing a page.
Yeah, I was simply gonna ask if you could just reread the motion. and
Yeah,
I'll
here
be
it is,
okay
yeah.
with it.
Yeah, I don't think you need to go back to the office.
Here,
If I could
I-
ask the other councillors if you have that page?
I have it and I just showed it to council.
Okay, yeah.
I can
for-
read it if you want. Are you okay?
Yeah, not to worry, Paul. You don't have time to go back, but if
Yeah.
the mayor will reread it.
So again, the motion was that the memo dated September 5th, 2023 from CAO Clerk Henry, the draft animal and bird control bylaw, and the comments from John Jackson regarding zoning bylaw compliance be received for information, and that the draft animal and bird control bylaw be revised and modified as discussed by council and brought back to a council meeting at a future date. So again, did you capture what people suggested should be modified?
I have some of the wording and I certainly have the audio to come back to. And I think I don't think I have complete direction on what council's overall feeling of the bylaw is. But if council could expand on that, then I'll be sure to get it right when it comes back.
Okay, any further discussion of this?
If I might, Mr. Mayor.
Go ahead,
Um,
Councilor Nash.
Yeah, I'm just trying to follow up. I think it's been talked about a couple times, but when I'm going through it, I just want to make sure I understand it right and I haven't misread it or not understood it. This is for rural lots and waterfront lots, right?
Yeah.
It's for everything, right?
Yeah.
And I know, when I talked about the water depth, I think it's important. I forget who it was, one of the other counselors spoke about, the size. And, when I look at some of the animals here, I'll say if it was an emu or an alpaca, and my neighbor at the waterfront property had 12 of them at his lot, which is half an acre big or something, I'd go, I think we have a problem here. So I think there has to be a lot of thought put into this for waterfront. How big can a lot be to have these animals? You have some lots that were recently created that might have 100 meters of shore, and others that were created in the 50s that might have 50 feet of shore. And do you want an alpaca sitting 30 or 20 meters from the shore and 2 horses? Or do we want to say, you can do it similar to, I think, to what you said, Mr. Mayor. You might have a large parcel, but on some of those, the animals don't go all the way to the back, and others they might. But I think we have to really think for the waterfront side. what do we want to allow and how far is that from the water? You know, if somebody has a waterfront property, like I said before, that's 500 meters deep. I'm sure people can do a lot of stuff, you know, further back, but you want to see the horses or the chickens or the alpacas or an emu, you know, 20 meters from the shore. So I think we really, that's my big thing. I'm not saying people shouldn't be allowed them, but I think there has to be a fairly big, wide buffer at the back. And, you know, I'm sure my neighbor wouldn't like it if I said, well, I'm allowed to. I have 2 cows at my cottage right now, and the municipality says I'm allowed to. I don't think it'd be winning any prizes. Whereas if I had chickens, I don't think they'd mind the same. So I think we have to kind of, and that goes again to my front yard versus backyards. Maybe we can look at some other ones and see what other municipalities might have for those items in general. Just my thoughts.
Okay, Councillor Lamb, yes?
Yeah, and again, I don't want to kill the bylaw. I think some good work has gone into it. I think it overreaches, and from my humble opinion, I think it over governs. And, you know, we step into to do something, and then, you know, I can't imagine some of these animals being on a less than a half acre lot on a residential property. And is it a problem? No, it isn't a problem until it is a problem, right? Until someone looks at it and says, I can do this, that, or whatever. And now then we're into a bind. And this started off, I thought the metamorphosis of it was more I'll call it chicken bylaw. That's what I recall the starting from. And what we end up with is we can have emus and whatever in residential areas. And therefore that's the bothersome part. I have no problem saying in any zone, you can have chickens. I only said about roosters. That's all I said.
Yeah.
I have no problem with chickens in our municipality and in residential areas, right? There was some talk at one point about how many chickens, you know, and I think some communities say, well, if you're in a residential area, you can have 5 chickens, or you have 8 chickens or something. Well, no, they could have 150 chickens or 250 chickens if they wanted to. And again, it's only a problem when it becomes a problem. And I don't want to go with this overreaching sort of, you can have any kind of animal you want on a residential. I'm only talking residential waterfront primarily, right? Maybe we do have to say any of these other animals have to be a minimum of 2 acres or something. I don't know, but something different than just giving it sort of carte blanche. So that's my comments, I guess. And also I think I prefer, well, I guess it's in the notes, to a set fine as opposed to always going down this provincial offenses act thing. So anyway, thank you. So I'm agreeing mostly with what Councillor Nash has said. It would help
Yeah.
if it was behind the property, right? Or
I am,
but of course, sometimes behind the property is the waterfront. I don't know what's behind it, what's in front, right? So anyway, I don't know.
Well-
I think the CAO has enough of our comments that she can probably document, here's what the comments were, and then when it comes back, you can probably have one of these straw polls, so you in favor or not, and we'll vote it up or down, and we'll end up with a bylaw, I guess. Thank you.
thank you. You know, I didn't have a specific wording to suggest, but if it were up to me, I think it would be, we would have something that does stipulate that you have to have sufficient property for the, you know, number and type of animals that you have, so that you can have them properly enclosed, number one, and two, so that they don't cause a disturbance to the neighbors. And that would limit how many chickens somebody in a small lot would have. And I guess the other thing is that I think that they should be they should maybe they should be, you know, 100 meters from the water or something. They should be some significant distance away from the water. Because this is not applying to farms, this is applying to, that's the OMAFA rule, but this is will apply there, but this is, and they should not be on the street side or the lake side of your building, so that they're not, they're not what, I mean, you don't want them there, right? I don't think you want any kind of animal, and you probably don't want chickens there either, right? In front of between your house and your dock or whatever. So there could be those things put in there, but I see somehow or other that there has to be some metric around, and I'm not sure it's a one size fit all thing, but it has to be enough property that the keeping of animals on it doesn't become a problem. And I don't know that we could make a table and say, well, it's this much for chickens and it's this much for an emu and it's this much for alpacas or whatever. But there has to be some common sense, and keep in mind, if people complain, then the bylaw officer can attend and say, yeah, what you're doing is causing a disturbance to the neighbors, whether it's noise or smell or it's or whatever it is. And the only other comment I want to make has to this question about set fines and so on. I just want to take a minute, make sure people understand kind of how this works. There are really two systems that we have for fining people for things. There is the Provincial Offences Act, and set fines are fines that are established under Part 3 of the Provincial Offences Act. And you have a schedule, and if you want to see how that works, take a look at the outdoor burning bylaw, because it has two kinds, actually. It has Part 3, which are the set fines. So let's suppose in this particular case, if you want to establish set fines, you have to have a schedule that lists what the offense is. So the offense is keeping an animal in an area that it's not, or that it's not permitted under the bylaw, or it's keeping an animal that causes a disturbance, or it's failing to keep your animal properly contained and properly corralled, or whatever. Those are specific offenses, and each one there's $200, $500, whatever. And we established them. Council says, yeah, this is what we think those offenses should be, and this is what the fine should be. It goes to a judge who approves it, and then it becomes a schedule, an appendix under the Provincial Offences Act. There are also Part 1 offenses, which are ones where you can charge, but it's even where you can charge them with an open-ended thing for a larger amount of money, because it obviously caused some harm to somebody. But the thing you have to remember is it doesn't matter if the bylaw officer is still laying a charge, and the person has a right, like you have with a traffic ticket, to say, nope, I'm going to court to appeal that. I'm not going to accept I'm not just going to pay your traffic ticket. I think I have a right to keep my animal in this case, so I'm going to go to court and fight it. And that's the way that works. Now, there is a whole other system that has just come into being in the last couple of years, which is called the Administrative AMPS, Administrative Monetary Penalty System. And eventually, I'm going to hypothesize here that most of our set fines will be replaced with those. Why? Because they don't get tied up in the Provincial Offences Court, which is backlogged to the wazoo, with no prospect of relief. So what happens is some of these cases, like we've had in the Parry Sound Court during the pandemic, there were blocks of charges that people had been charged under by the MNR enforcement people, 100 cases at a time got tossed out because they sat too long in the court. You know, the Supreme Court has made a ruling saying you gotta, timeliness of justice matters, right? So if your thing sits there and it doesn't get dealt with after a certain period of time, it just gets dismissed. So this is a thing, and the municipality has to set up a whole bunch of mechanisms, because essentially we have to then have a tribunal that will deal with the people who say, I want to come and dispute my charge. Right? But at least we have control of it instead of the Ministry of the Attorney General. So, and if you want, we can arrange for council to have a presentation on how this all works. Like, it takes time to set up and everything costs money, but it's the direction people are going with things like short-term rental bylaws, parking bylaws, all of these, local traffic control, all these kinds of things are moving in that direction. Okay, because of the backlog in the provincial courts.
Okay.
So sorry for that
It's
long digression, but just so you're aware of, those are the options that we have open to us to deal with this, to deal with a specific offense. Councillor Bray.
Yeah, I think part of it too, that I looked at the OMAFRA, I looked at the some of the website to try and get an idea of what it was like, and it's not as easy to find things. So it's probably that we don't have enough information as to what are the restrictions from OMAFRA around small farms or whatever you call them. I can't remember, Dennis, what you called them, but homesteads that some people have, or just having chickens. So I think maybe we need a little bit more information on that in order to have it a little clearer that, a lot of the waterfront places, just the average waterfront place would not be able to sustain many animals. So it probably wouldn't be an issue. And people aren't there. If they're seasonal, they're not going to be there. So they're not going to have animals on those properties as well. So it's going to be the larger properties. It's going to be places where people have more space and have the ability. And yes, they might have some waterfront, but again, I think it's good that there are regulations about keeping animals away from the waterfront. So hopefully, a little more information might make people feel a little bit more at ease as to how this would work. And we also need to make sure that the people who are doing this also understand they have to follow those regulations.
Okay, thanks. Well, we've spent probably an hour on this almost. Is there any is there anything further, or are we ready for the question on this one? Sounds like we're ready for the question. All those in favor, please. All right, thank you. That's carried. Councillor Woods moved and Councillor Bray seconded. Okay, thank you for that. So now we're at the consent agenda. And the consent agenda consists of a number of minutes. I will read the motion to you that is suggested here. Whereas the Council of the Municipality has reviewed the consent agenda consisting of council and committee meeting minutes, the regular council meeting revised minutes for Tuesday, June 6th, the regular council meeting minutes for Tuesday, August 1st, the regular closed session council meeting minutes for Thursday, August 3rd, the special council meeting minutes for Tuesday, August 8th, the special council meeting minutes for Thursday, August 24th, and the Environmental Stewardship Committee meeting committee meeting minutes for Monday, June 12th. And then the unfinished business that's listed on page 4 of your agenda. Now therefore be it resolved that the Council of the Municipality of Whitestone does hereby approve the following council meeting minutes. And they are the regular council meeting revised minutes for Tuesday, June 6, 2023, the regular council meeting minutes for Tuesday, August 1st, 2023, the regular closed session council meeting minutes for Thursday, August 3rd, 2023, the special council meeting minutes for Tuesday, August 8th, 2023, and the special council meeting for Thursday, August 24th, 2023. And that the Environmental Stewardship Committee meeting minutes for Monday, June 12th, 2023 be received for information, and that the unfinished business listing contained in the consent agenda dated September 5th, 2023 be received for information. Can I get a mover and seconder, please? Councillor Nash is moving, I think, and Councillor Woods is seconding. Is that correct? Okay, Councillor Nash, Councillor Woods. Any discussion about these? Yes, no?
Yeah, just a quick
Councillor
one, but
Nash?
I don't want to hold anything up. I know I've spoken about the September 6th minutes quite a bit in regards to the councillor items, but it still reads with notes on it, but I'm just gonna leave it because it's come back 3 times, so I just wanted to make a note that it keeps coming back the same, but anyways, or appears to be the same, but I'll still vote June 6th. But I'll still vote in favor of getting it on just to get it off our plate.
Okay, thank you for that. Anything else? All those in favor, please indicate. All right, thank you. That motion is carried. Matters arising from the consent agenda, are there any? No? All right. Just all right, accounts payable. Mover and seconder, please, that the Council of Municipality of Whitestone receive for information the accounts payable listing in the amount of $619,895.57 for the period ending August 29th, 2023. Who would like to move that? Councillor Woods moves, seconded by Councillor Bray. Okay, any discussion of the payables? Councillor Lamb, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you. I have a comment on a couple of things, but the first question I have, I guess, is on page 9, which is page 66 of 195. Payment number 1615 to the mayor, George Comrie. Council travel mileage Humphrey, $99 for a total of $110.84. I guess my question is that the meeting of the mayors that took place? Is that mileage for that meeting?
It is in fact, that's what it is.
So having said that, I have a problem with that. Because I think I understand from my years on council, what's paid for in mileage and what isn't paid for in mileage. And this goes back a long way. We used to, and I'll use an example, we used to get, say we were making $16,000 a year, 1/3 or 1/4 of that, so 3,000 or 4,000 was non-taxable through the CRA, and that was supposed to be for expenses that councillors would have, running around the municipality and visiting with people or whatever, attending meetings or whatever. The CRA then changed it and said that's going to be taxable. So what we did was we grossed it up So the council wouldn't lose any money and it became all part of salary. But indeed, we all go to meetings and we all go to visit ratepayers all the time. And I just don't see us paying for a meeting that has no minutes, no agenda, no pre-authorization, and we simply just pay the bill. Because that opens a Pandora's box as to what any of us can charge. If I've made several trips up to Wawashkesh to see the parking situation. Do I charge gas for that? Do I charge, 68 cents a kilometer or whatever? And this, I don't think is an appropriate, payment unless we're gonna open it up and have a whole bunch of things. If I want to go out, Bolger Lake is on the agenda this Thursday. If I want to go out there and see the situation, am I going to now charge mileage for that? And I just don't think it's, again, that it's appropriate. So hopefully the mayor will see fit to refund this money. Because I don't think it's an appropriate use of under the guise of what we get paid for. So that's my feeling on it. Thank you.
All right, so I never charge mileage for travel within the municipality. This is outside of the municipality. It is a role of the head of council to participate with other levels of government and with the other municipalities from time to time. It doesn't happen very often. Certainly not during the pandemic, it didn't. But in the past, when I have had, because I've had occasion to go to those meetings when they were either in Parry Sound or in Seguin, and I have charged for them before. On the grounds that they were a responsibility that I have by virtue of being head of council, and they are not. And they're not within the municipality. I've been to Bolger any number of times. I've never charged any mileage for that.
Okay, but-
I've been to,
Okay.
when I go to Ardbeg or I go to other parts of the municipality, visit meeting with people, you're absolutely right. I agree that that's covered, but
But Mr. Mayor.
this isn't, but this is,
Yeah. if I-
this is an exceptional,
Yeah,
I
if
consider.
I may, Mr. Mayor, anytime it's outside of the municipality, if you're going to Phenom, or if you're going to AMO, or you're going to conferences or anything like that, anytime that comes, it comes to council, it's pre-authorized, and you go. You just don't decide that, if someone is in, a seasonal resident wants to meet me up in Sudbury, I don't charge gas for that if I happen to go to Sudbury, right? Like, I realized the head of council, this meeting in question could have been done by Zoom if you wanted to. And I just don't, I really don't think it's appropriate. So having said that, I get the idea you're not going to change your mind on that. So I will be making a motion at some point that with respect to this particular item. I don't know whether it's when we're just at this point or whether it's at a later time. But it's definitely going to be tonight that I'll introduce a motion that this was an inappropriate payment and it should be returned to the municipality. And we'll test council on it. Thank you.
All right, fine. Is there anything else about the payables that people want to raise?
Yes, I have one more. And it's just, it's really a comment. Air Burles, I mean, this month alone, again, is 7,100. This is under legal fees, 7,100 and 10,000, 11,000 and 7,000. That's whatever, $18,000 this month alone. And I'm telling you, we are going to blow legal fees out of the roof. This council, it's unbelievable. we up the amount of legal fees. I don't have all the figures in front of me, but we cannot afford $17,000 a month on legal fees to the Integrity Commissioner. And it's just a comment. There's no need to respond, but this is absolutely getting out of hand. So thank you. I don't think I have any others. Just let me look through here. Nope, I don't have any others. Thank you.
Okay, does anyone else have any other comments they wish to raise?
No.
Councillor Nash.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. I just have a couple real quick ones. I noticed there was an expense, let me just find it here. On page 60 of 195, 37085. I believe I know what it's for. There is a
Let me get you-
donation, it
just
says
hold on.
$500, Bailey Crosman. And I'm assuming, unfortunately, I heard that his house had burnt down. So is that a donation that the thrift shop had made to him because of the house burning down? I assume so, and just wanted to make sure that's what it was.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. Yes, the thrift shop folks have always been very generous when there's tragedy in the community, especially a fire. And so they make a donation out of the funds that they've, the revenue that they've come up with this year.
Perfect. I think that's a great cause. And I guess the second comment I had, which is, I guess I have two more comments going off of what Councillor Lamb said. Just for the legal bills in general. I know we have Hicks Morley. We had them highlighted here, sorry. Aird Burles, and we had Papa and Associates, Papa Hill and Associates. And I know we spoke to it a couple times several months back, and just wondering if I think we were going to do quarterly reviews or something, but maybe at the next closed meeting, maybe we can get a third quarter summary of the year for the legal fees, where we stood, where they were from, and I think we're going to do the same for planning. So, yeah. That was, and my last one was simply, I know there's a comment about the mileage. And I'd just say one little thing to that, and it was if we do driving, I guess it's not really a question for here, so never mind. No question. Don't worry. No question. Didn't have to do with expenses.
Okay, thank you. So is there anything else? I was.
Would this be an appropriate time for me to bring up a motion?
No, we still have a motion on the floor relative
Okay.
to this.
I'll do it right as soon as this gets passed.
Yeah, there's,
And
No-
I'd ask a recorded
no,
vote.
okay, you're getting ahead of yourself. We're still on the approval of.
Okay.
I'm looking for an item which I saw here a second ago. Oh, I know what item it was. It was 37086, which is on page 3 of that listing. Data fix, and it's something to do with voter view for the 2026 election. I'm wondering how come this is. What that is.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. We just don't want you to forget that there's an election coming up. So the DataFix company is one of the companies we use to help with our voters list. And they have an option, and we utilized this option last year, whereby we can pay the fee over 4 years, or you can pay a lump sum fee on the year of the election. So I think it's a good idea to amortize it over for 4 years. So you'll see every year the cost of it'll be $1864.50 for the year. We budgeted at about $1,600, for the year in the operating budget, but the costs went up. So that, like I say, that's related to the work that we do with these folks during the election time.
Okay, thank you. If there's nothing else, then I'll call the question on the motion to receive this for information. All those in favor? Okay, are you opposed, Councillor Lamb? Did you want a recorded vote?
No, that's fine.
Okay, so the motion to receive is carried. I guess I'm kind of questioning the legality of having a motion. This
Well,
the payables are already approved by staff and the money has in fact been paid. Okay, so I could see perhaps making a motion saying we don't, you want to,
Well-
if this sort of thing happens again, you want me to ask, which would probably require a special meeting, because as you well know, the notice of the
Well,
meeting was on very, very short notice, right?
Come on.
The last time, but
First of all,
I
first of all, this is a pecuniary interest for you, right? We're talking about the payment that you received, so I would caution you that you shouldn't be chairing this part of the meeting if I want to make a motion. Like, this is money that you received. So I don't know if that isn't a pecuniary interest, I have no idea what would be. So I just caution you, like, if you don't want to.
Well,
at
but
least
you,
give it a
yeah,
caution.
I mean, you didn't bring it up at the start of the meeting when the pecuniary interest was declared, so I don't quite.
I'm saying it's a pecuniary interest for you,
No, I understand that. I'm just saying that.
but you get a
that-
chance now to
but-
declare it as a pecuniary interest is like.
Well, obviously I have a pecuniary interest, but I also have an interest as to whether or not a motion with respect to something that council had agreed they were going to receive for information is admissible. You're adding something to the agenda, which is different.
But
It's
you,
not-
what you did, Mr. Mayor, was you told me when I asked whether I could, before the vote on information, you said, no, you can't do it. You can do it. I said, can I do it afterwards? Yes, you can. And that all I'm doing is following your direction, and I'm cautioning you that again, you have to be very careful. This is money. Staff are in a very difficult situation when you put an expense account in. They don't know the fine detail of all this. I know it because I've been on council and you've been on council, and I don't think anything I said was inappropriate. I never caught it before when you went to these meetings, but I'm catching it this time. So I'm just warning you that this is money. I'm more than willing to take over the chair and put a motion and finish it off. I think you have to be very careful, but if you don't, that's up to you. That's up to
All
you.
right, well, you can, I will do that. You can take over the chair. You'll have to get someone else to make a motion, I guess. but,
Yeah. Well, no, the chair can't make a motion?
But it's not normal.
Oh, well,
I suppose I can get someone else to chair. I can get Councillor Gray to chair or someone else if you.
well, you don't get to pick, I guess.
Well, actually, I do,
I'll chair.
actually, I do get to pick. Read the municipal act. I get to pick who chairs.
Come on, George.
No,
Mr. Mayor, could I
this is,
interject here? Just
Go
with
ahead.
a thought. Is this a situation where we can take and prepare a motion for the next council meeting so it's written up the way you'd like it to read, as opposed to working on the fly?
Sure, that's fine.
Yeah, that's
yeah, I think
the
that's
preferred
what I
from
was gonna
from a clerk's
suggest. in fact,
perspective.
is
We'll
that
still get where you want
yeah,
to go.
another meeting.
That's fine.
Thank you.
All right. So we won't do that now. Okay. So we're done with accounts payable. What's next? Staff reports. The first one is 9.1. It's a report regarding boat launch improvements and expenditures from our manager of public works. Could I get a mover and seconder, please, that Council of the Municipality of Whitestone received for information report PW 2023 12 boat launch improvements and expenditures 2023. And that's moved by Councillor Nash, seconded by like not Councillor Bray first, I guess. Okay, all right, so is anyone going to introduce this? Oh, sorry, David, if you would like to go ahead, you can speak to this briefly and then we'll take questions.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. Yes, hopefully everyone can hear me okay. I'd like to talk about the boat launch improvements expenditures that were completed this year. There's a couple of things I'd like to bring up first, and that's before we go ahead, is I did intend to have the no camping signs installed for this meeting, but they did not arrive. There was a previous order that they were supposed to arrive on, and they didn't arrive, and they had to be reordered, so we should receive them anytime. I do apologize for that. And the other thing is the Church Street boat ramp. There's bumpers that had to be replaced. They just arrived and they need to be installed, so they have not been installed yet. But those two things, just please keep those in mind. I do apologize. I was getting ahead of myself, I guess. And going forward, with the boat launches, I think we've had a good year with our boat launches. They've received a bit of work, some more than others, but this does kind of highlight some of the work that was done. I think the bigger things is the expansion of Farley's, which hopefully council have had an opportunity to look at. I think that's been well received. The expanded parking area and opening up the one side to the west for public parking and adding 2 accessible parking spots as well. I believe that's been well received. I haven't seen it full, but I haven't been there in a long weekend either. So it's been used, but it looks like it's been used sparingly from when I've been there. So maybe the word has not gone out yet. The other ones of note were the Wawashkesh, Indian Arrows and Bennett's parking areas. We did expand some of the parking area. That was up at the top of Bennett's Bay parking area, right at the beginning of Indian Arrows Road where Wawashkesh ends. That area there was opened up and expanded a little bit. There's more work to be done that's going to happen this fall. I think just a little bit of housekeeping and tidying up. We've met with some of the committee members, previous committee members. They brought up some housekeeping issues that we're looking after. There's been some repairs to the docks. There's more repairs to come that have been included in our costs. The costs, recurring costs for those 2 sites are taking away the docks in the fall and reinstalling them in the spring, as well as the booms for the dam, the Wawashkesh Dam at the end of Deep Bay. So those are recurring costs as new this year, and as well as taking over the maintenance of those docks. So we're just kind of getting into the swing of things with what's the maintenance required, our service levels. So hopefully we can stay within budget. I know there's some expenditures that look like they may push us over a bit, but I believe there's some allowance in the budget for the committee, the recreation committee as well. I understand there's some as well. So going on, there was Gooseneck Lake got the swim ladder, which I've heard good things about. I haven't heard any negative about that. They got some string trimming. We graded all our boat launches, string trimming them this year as well, cleaning up our signs as well. And Counselor Woods has also requested that we review Snake Lake boat launch. And that's a modest boat launch that currently, I believe, the public's using. That is on Crown land. I would recommend that a land use permit be obtained prior to us doing any work on that boat launch. There is a picture attached of the boat launch itself. It is a very modest boat launch, and it has a nice little parking area. It's fairly level, easy to get. It looks fairly easy to get in the water. The grade doesn't change too much. There's not a whole lot more to speak about. Bolger on here of note is in the official plan. The municipality has no liability or responsibility for Bolger. So keep that in mind. There's no work happening at that boat launch. Is there any other questions regarding the work that's been completed or the updates that's been provided?
Counselor Nash.
Thank you. David, thank you for the report, first of all. I guess I have 2 or 3 questions, but the first one was, you'd said, the last lake, Snakeskin Lake, and obtaining a land use permit. I think that'd be a great idea. Would that be something that would, any work there that would go into the 2024 budget kind of thing, and this year would kind of work towards seeing if we can get a permit? Would that be probably the way that would go ahead with that?
That was my thinking, yes.
Okay,
I
great.
agree.
Perfect. And then, I know I've heard a couple comments about, and I think I've mentioned it to you, so about the swimming ladder out at Gooseneck, but also a couple thank yous for this string trimming in the parking lot where I think it was thorns or thicket of blackberries or something was taking up some parking areas. So I did hear back that they thank the works department for doing that. So that was great. I guess my main question is, and I know I attended out at Lake Wawashkash with the task force and yourself, and there was some talk about trimming back some of the parking lot a bit further that would allow some trailers to be backed up into the woods a bit more, and also some talk about, and I think you've labeled it here, painting some railings on the landing and on Bennett's Bay, some shoreline work to be done. And I think from a safety point of view, I think the painting of the railing at the one spot needs to be done. But I guess I'm gonna say my little bit on this. When it comes to our budget on boat launches, and I know we've spent a lot of money. When I look at Bennett's Landing, you know, we spent $1,700, $2,200. 7, 8, about probably, I'm rounding about $8,000 to $9,000. I think, if my math is quick there, on the one boat launch, and you know, all the other ones don't have anything over 1,000, or well, I guess Farley's, but that was separate. But where I was going was for the line trimming, myself in particular, at the back of the parking lots. I know currently we've passed a motion to say that you can't park trailers for more than 2 weeks. So I don't think we need to make a bigger parking lot to back trailers in when people are storing them there all year still. So I'm still gonna go on the motion that would pass several months ago. And for the shoreline work at Bennett's Bay, I'm just thinking maybe we could do that, put it on the slate for next year. When I look at, and unless I'm totally wrong, which I am lots of times, I thought the budget that we passed, I did look back at, and on June 20th, the approved budget for operating for line item 16-399 for boat launches was $4,500 and not $8,500. So I'm just wondering, you know, instead of going over by, we're showing $1,300, I think we've already gone about $4 or $5 grand over. And our $4,500 was more than totally spent at one boat launch being Lake Wawashkesh. Unless I'm wrong, maybe it was 8,500, but when I looked, I saw 4,500 on the budget, so.
If I may, Mr. Mayor, I'll just jump in. There was a request, and it may have come from you, Councillor Nash, to move the money that we had budgeted for the swim program over to the boat launches. So that accounts for that additional money.
Perfect. I didn't know we'd moved it, so awesome, great. Perfect, thank you.
Okay, thanks. Are there any other questions about this report or comments, Councillor Woods?
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. Dave, thanks for the report. I just wanted to touch on Snakeskin, not Snake Lake. Thanks for going out and taking a look at it. But I don't agree that that is a launch that is not under our control. Because we own 66 feet around the entire lake for the high water mark. So where the launch area actually is, it's still ours. The entrance way in would be part of Crown land, and that's how the one property owner there accesses their property. But anybody would be allowed to drive in there. Also, we own the entire width of the road allowance on the bunny trail, so that would cut out some room. Not saying that we have to go fix it up, but I know there are quite a few people that pay taxes in Whitestone that use it. It's the only reason I brought it up. I just wanted to have it listed as one of our boat launches and lake access points. But thanks for the report, Dave.
Okay, thank you. Anything else? Councillor Lamb?
Yeah, just a couple of things. So I guess that leaves it up in the air, what Councillor Woods just said. Do we really think a land use permit is necessary at Snakeskin or not, based on what he said? Any comment, Dave?
Thank you very much, through you, Mr. Mayor. I believe it's just a best practice, going forward to get a permit in place. It's a beautiful spot. We can do some work there. I just like to,
So, okay.
it's just a little bit of housekeeping. I don't think it's an onerous task. It does look like the public does use it, and I do agree we have some rights there, but for me to go move in some heavy equipment, just going forward, I think it would stay on the list.
So, are you, I guess is this up to council? I'm all for going for a land use permit, but if that's the consensus here, so
Sure.
will you apply for a land use permit, I guess is my question.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, thank you very much. I am looking for direction on this, before I go ahead with the land use permit or do any work, at that site.
Well, I'm certainly for it. I think Councillor Woods is for it. I don't know how the others feel on it. I kick it back to the chair, so.
Well, sorry, I'm trying to determine what we're talking about for what? Are we talking about doing anything at Snakeskin, or are we talking about getting a land use permit?
We're talking about getting a land, I think
I
the
think
report says we can't do anything till we get a land use permit. And I think the question is that we want a land use permit, and I'm saying I agree to get a land use permit. So
Yeah. Okay.
if that's the, if we're doing a straw poll, that's how I'd vote. Yes.
If I may, Mr. Mayor, I would just add something to that. And I think we need to first touch base with M&R and ask them what their direction to us would be if we want to engage this spot as a more formal boat launch. And I think we can probably integrate that into the resolution on receiving the report for information. And if they recommend that we need a land use permit to do what we want to do to create this as a boat launch, then we will make that application. Paula usually takes care of all the land use permits, so I'm sure she's got contacts at M&R. So I think that's a good direction. We'll integrate that into the resolution.
Okay, thank you. My only other comment, Dave, is that I've heard from people, I was out in the weekend on Farley's who live down the Long Arm Bay, and they're very, very happy with what was done at the boat launch at the end of Farley's Road. So, good work. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, thanks. Are we finished with this one? Okay, all those, then I'll call the question. All those in favor of receiving this?
Do we have to build something into the motion? Is that what you were saying? I think the CAO was saying build something into the motion.
Oh, sorry, did you want?
Yeah, I think if we receive the report for information and then also direct staff to work with M&R in terms of a land use permits to develop this, the location as an official boat launch.
To what was that? To work with MNR? MNRF it is actually,
Yes, M&RF
to determine if a land use permit is required.
is required in order for us to develop that as an official boat launch. I think Councillor Nash has a comment.
Yeah, I was just gonna add one part to it. I don't know how you do it, but if one's needed, that you guys can go ahead and obtain the permit. Instead of just saying, speak to them to see if we need one, and then being able to get it if.
Fair enough. So the direction is to proceed as needed, as required.
Okay, so somebody's gonna capture all of this. Lake, well. Launch. Just so to apply for one. Right, so here's what I have. I'll read it again to you. That the Council of the Municipality of Whitestone receives for information report PW 2023-12 boat launch improvement and expenditures 2023 and directs staff to work with MNRF to determine if a land use permit is required to develop the Snakeskin Lake boat launch, and if so, to apply for one. Are the mover and seconder okay with that? That's Councillor Nash and
I'm fine.
Councillor Ray. All right, can we call the question on that one? Yes? Thank you. That's carried. All right, so that brings us to 9.2, which is the inventory of assets at the former Twist restaurant. I need a mover and seconder to the Council of the Municipality of Whitestone received for information report admin 2023-08 entitled Inventory of Assets at 2125 Highway 124 Dunchurch. And that the inventory of assets located at 2125 Highway 124 be deemed surplus. And that staff proceed to sell and dispose of the surplus assets per the Municipality of Whitestone bylaw number 14-2017. Being a bylaw to provide policies with respect to the procurement of goods and services, section 32, surplus assets. Is there a mover and seconder for this one? Councillor Nash. Seconder. Councillor Woods. Discussions, thank you.
I could just quickly introduce the
Oh,
report
okay,
if you're
sorry, yeah,
okay with
by-
that. There's,
by all
I mean, it's pretty self-explanatory. Obviously, municipality has purchased the former restaurant property to the west, and staff did an inventory of the surplus or the equipment that's in there, and that's part of the report. We included a revenue in our budget based on selling these items or some of them, and we made a good guess at $12,000 in revenue. It was really a good guess. We don't know what a lot of it's worth. We didn't spend a lot of time thinking about it. You know, that said, we would follow the procurement process, and there are some local groups that have an interest. Certainly, the Agriculture Society indicated an interest in the fryer. The Legion indicated an interest in some equipment there. So just keeping that in mind. But our protocol, unless council directs otherwise, is that we would, I would suggest we just simply do an auction. or an RFQ, people write in and tell us what their bid is and, sell it to the highest bidder.
So I guess I have two questions. Question number one is, are we satisfied that there isn't anything there that that the municipality would want to keep and use elsewhere, such as in the kitchen and the community center? I would note that the one gas stove is certainly newer than the ones we have here, although I don't think it's as big and maybe it wouldn't work. I don't know. But did anybody look at whether there was anything that that the municipality would use? And I guess my second question is, are you looking for someone to bid on the whole thing as a block, or are you willing to entertain bids if somebody comes and says, well, I'm just interested in, say, the fryer or the the cold table or something like that? Because I wasn't sure, it wasn't clear to me whether you want to get into the business of being of selling used restaurant equipment, because there's lots of folks around who do buy and sell it, right?
That's you, Mr. Mayor. That's a good question. It could be sold as a lot. My suggestion, there are people that may have interest in the bar stools and the chairs and the chrome table, but somebody else might want the deep fryer and the pizza oven. So I was thinking that it would be sold individually. Now, I think Dave is on the line. He has a little bit more experience than I do in taking these kind of things to auction. Did you have any comments, Mr. Creaser?
Through you, Mr. Mayor. What we've done in the past is we've used Gov Deals, which is an online forum, and then we attached a link to our website. So all the information would, if let's say some of our ratepayers would like to go on our website and bid on any of these things, they'd have a link to each one of them. They could simply put their bid in there and just pay Gov Deals for that. They would manage the auction itself, and it does follow our procurement policy, and it does make it fair, so anybody can bid on it. It does cast a much wider net than just the people that come to visit our website. They take a small percentage. I'm not sure what it is. I'll have to look that up again. But we did sell, what was the last thing we sold on there? I think what we sold, we did sell. We sold there.
So thank you. How about my first question? Whether any of it's of any use to us,
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think you're right. I think I don't think a lot of the things there would be of use to the municipality, but we could certainly look at the equipment that might be utilized in the kitchen here. And that might be the direction to staff, that we look closely at what's needed here. And if there's anything needed here, then that would be set aside and not sold. There's a lot of things in there that municipality just wouldn't want, the TV and the chrome tables and the coffee and end tables, but certainly we can look at, I don't know if we need a beverage cooler. There's not a lot of room in the kitchen, but we can look at that and make that decision.
Okay, thank you. Are there other questions or comments from Councilor Lamb?
Yeah, my son has made his career in the restaurant business and owned restaurants and has sold this equipment. When I saw it on the agenda, I asked him, and he's been through this, and he says you're better to give it to charity because you're only going to get pennies on the dollar for this stuff. So this idea of $12,000 that people are going to be flocking to give us 2,000 for this and 1,000 for that it's going to be, I'll give you $50 or $100 and whatever. So that's just his comment. I have never been involved in it. But that brings me back to the whole idea of buying I call it the twist property, was to have a community consultation. And are we not getting ahead of ourselves a little bit before we, by selling all the equipment? I don't know what, that doesn't mean we're going to open up a restaurant, but maybe the conclusion becomes for 5 years, someone does want to open up a restaurant and the equipment's there. And I'm sure there's complications to that. So I just kind of think we're not going to make the money that we're thinking. I guess we do. I wouldn't put it to auction, because then you got to sell it, right? Someone else, I'll come down to the auction. I can't as a counselor, I guess, but I can bid 50 cents, right? And get myself a nice cooler. And if no one else bids, then we've sold a cooler for 50 cents, right? That's being a little overboard, but anyway, so I just think we're treading on something that maybe we shouldn't be going down at this point. Maybe we should go through the community consultation, which I take it will be in 2024, I think. And then, if any of this equipment is going to dilapidate by 2024 or be no good, then, speak now, but it's all going to just sit there. We're paying for heat and hydro and all that kind of stuff. It's not being used. So anyway, I think we should think about not taking any action here. So anyway, those are just my thoughts. Thank you.
If I may, Mr. Mayor, just add to that, we are in the process of finalizing the structural building review of all of our buildings. And that building being one of them, it's not promising, to be honest with you, in terms of that building. So you may want to add that information as well to the discussion. I just wanted to bring this forward, firstly, to let you know what's there. So that's helpful to understand what's in there. And just to let you know, it was part of our revenue, our expected revenue, and we can sit on this. You're right. We've got dehumidifiers going in there, and there's a little bit of heat in the winter, so it can sit for another year.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Nash.
Thank you. Is Dave still on the line? Do you know?
He is.
Okay, I had a question. I'll say it's not to do with this, but it is kind of. When Dave, when you'd mentioned used gov deals, I think like you said, we've used it before. Do we have any timing on the backhoe when it's gonna go up for auction by chance? Figured I'd just slide in my question if possible here.
Through you, Mr. Mayor.
That's a left turn.
Yeah, it's almost
Yes.
kind of out of order because we're not really talking about that, but
No.
if you want to answer, Dave, go ahead.
And Dave, if you could speak up, we're not hearing you.
Yes.
Thank you.
Sorry, through you, Mr. Mayor. The plan is any time it should be on there. I've got everything I need to put it up there. I know we've been utilizing it, and it's hard to let it go, but we haven't been spending money on it. But yeah, it had to be surplus this year, and I know we're getting towards the end of the year, so it's going up on any time.
Perfect. Thanks, Dave. Yeah, I saw it on the bunny trail last week, so I know you guys are still using it a lot. So, and thank you for answering that. It was more just a curiosity. So thanks a lot. I appreciate it.
Any other comments on this end of the table? Well, yeah, I mean, I gotta be honest with you. I have two thoughts about this, and the first one is the one that Councillor Lamb already articulated about the value of it. It's not a, sorry?
I just didn't know if Councillor Woods needed a break.
Okay, well, all right. So, it's not likely to be a moneymaker. And that's kind of why I said, if it's any use to us, I think we should look first, but I'm also, to be honest with you, inclined to say, well, and I mean, I'm hard pressed to come up with an answer as to, well, what would we do with it ourselves, or what might we do with it? But You know, I guess saying. And, you know, it's a decision that has to be made at some point in time. Do we dispose of the equipment? And see if anybody wants it, or do we hang on to it until we're clear what we're doing with the rest of the building and the property? And that was, I guess, my thought. I just assumed, to be honest, before I saw this on the agenda, that that's what we were doing. We were just gonna wait until we got the. So I think council has the, maybe we can just test this since it's on the agenda. It's been moved and seconded. Perhaps we can call the question and see if people, if you think we should hang on to the whole thing, then maybe the thing to do is simply to defeat the motion, and then it'll come back when we have. That makes sense?
Yeah.
Everybody?
Yep.
Okay. So are there any further? Okay, I'll call the question. All those in favor of the motion to declare these assets surplus and sell them? I'm not seeing any hands up. Contrary minded, if
Against.
any, we would say, yeah, normally.
Yes.
Contrary minded. Okay, I see I think four hands up. So, all right. So I think this motion has been defeated and we're gonna sit on it for a bit. So, thanks, and our apologies to those who spent time putting this all together, but
Not at all. It was important that this come forward and you at least see what's there and that it can be discussed at a later time. Would you like to take a recess, Mr. Mayor?
That doesn't give you the
Well-
excuse, by the way, to be $12,000 short on the budget.
Okay. we're
Go
gonna have
find
to-
it somewhere
We'll
else.
find it, yes.
I wonder, do we have time to do, because I see that Dan Hildebrand is on the line. Do we have time to do number 9.3 before we break at 6?
If I may, Mr. Mayor, I feel it's going to be a robust discussion. So if, I'm sure Mr. Hildebrand won't mind if we take a 15-minute break. I'll give him a call. Dan, you are on the line. Would you be okay if we took a recess and because I know there's a lot you want to talk about in terms of your report.
Yeah, that's no problem at all. I'm happy to wait and no issue there at all. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. In that case, we will declare a recess then for what, 15 minutes? Enough? Yes, okay. We're recessed. Oh, we have a recess slide. That's interesting. Yes. Okay, thanks, everybody. The recess is now concluding, and we're going to get everybody back to the table here. We're at item 9.3 in the agenda, which is a report on multi-site network connectivity. I'll read the suggested motion and then we can get a mover and seconder and then we'll get to the report. Can I get a mover and seconder that the Council of the Municipality of Whitestone receives for information report admin-2023-09 entitled Multi-Site Network Connectivity Assessment. Moved by Councillor Lamb. Seconded by Councillor Woods. So Do you want to say anything first, Madam CAO, or will I turn this over to Dan, or how would you like to? We do have our IT consultant, Dan Hildebrand, online here, and he will certainly be available at least to answer questions, so.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think the brief report speaks for itself. Mr. Hildebrand is here to speak to his report, which is attachment A. He's looked at this, and we've actually talked about this over the last several years, so this isn't a new topic for us, but he put pen to paper and came up with some options and some thoughts on where we are with connectivity. So I would suggest we turn it over to Mr. Hildebrand. I don't know if he wants to do a brief introduction or just take questions. So I'll leave that with you, Mr. Mayor.
All right, thank you. Dan, what's your pleasure? Do you want to say anything to kick this off?
No, just offer, we can obviously go through the report in detail, or I can, do a brief summary on the individual points, but I'm quite open to whatever format is preferable.
All right. Well, do you have questions ready, Councilor?
Yeah, I have.
Councilor Lamb, go ahead.
Yeah, I have some questions. Thanks, Dan.
You're welcome.
As I said a little while ago, I punted the equipment from the twist over to my son. I also sent this to someone that I respect a lot in the IT field and said, what do you think of this report and any advice and that sort of thing? And that person came back and said, there's absolutely nothing that I disagree with what Dan has said. And secondly, wait for fiber. Those were the two conclusions. So I'm not going to belabor this, but when we, I think council asked for a report on this was way back 4 or 5 months ago or whatever. And at that time, it just happened to be the perfect storm when we had 5 systems going here. I think it was transition at the library. They had Bell, plus they were getting a new Starlink. We had Starlink here. And I thought we had another backup here that we got rid of, and then we had one in the office. So I think there was the idea, could we do 2 or can we do 1 with Starlink and all that kind of stuff? And putting aside whether it's commercial or non-commercial and everything in the report, I think what we should be doing is, as I said, I think we should be thanking you for your report, making no changes and waiting for fiber. So those are my brief comments. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Are there other questions or comments? Councillor Nash.
There we go. Thank you. I guess, Dan, thanks for the report. And when I was reviewing it, I think even if we were to wait for fiber, I think one thing that would help and just speed up the connectivity, I'll call it, once even fiber arrives, is I believe I've heard in discussions before that there's a connection or at least a conduit that goes under the highway that could be used or utilized to connect the library to the community center. And I'm not sure if there is a conduit that goes from the community center to the municipal office, but I think it would be great to get that work done, even if we're waiting for fiber. Once fiber arrives, it would be great to say we have one service that, comes into the office, and then there's a physical net connection to the 2 other buildings kind of thing. I think regardless, even if we were to wait to do anything until fiber's here, we're still going to need to do those physical connections between buildings. So that's something that I'd like to see done if possible. And when it comes to the Starlinks, I'm not sure do we have a backup system in the community center now, or is everything here Starlink?
Everything here is Starlink.
Everything here is Starlink. So I was gonna say, yeah, if we had a backup in Starlink here and a backup in Starlink at the library, would it make sense? I know the commercial Starlinks that weren't available several years ago are now available, but I know their speeds are much higher. You kind of, I'll call it, are at the top of the available network list instead of bumping people off if they get busy or whatever. The commercial ones are on the top, so you get higher speeds, better customer service. And if those are, I think they're 3,000 or 4,000 to buy, I believe the library can get a grant or gets money back for a service. I think personally, if we're a municipality right now, we might be using commercial or residential ones. That I'd see it fit to go out and purchase the commercial one, even if it's only for 2 years until fiber comes in. That commercial one, if we get these two buildings connected, could run both buildings. So it's probably a similar cost of 2 residential services here. And once fiber does come in, that Starlink could be taken to Ald's landfill, or it could be taken to the fire station up in Ardbeg. Or if we don't have fiber at the York Street landfill, it could be taken there. We're kind of working, and yeah, we might only use it for 2 years. But I think we might have a faster speed, and it might not really cost us that much more on a monthly basis, maybe just the upfront cost. But if we have even quicker speeds than we have now and better reliable service on it, I'd like to see that done. And regardless of that, I think we should try as soon as we can to get these 3 buildings all connected with conduits so we can run cables between when needed. So I don't know what your thoughts are on what I've just rambled on about, Dan.
Yeah, no, definitely you have some great points. I'll make some comments. Connectivity, from what I understand, a conduit between the community center and the library, like you stated, I believe there's something there. We think there's something there anyway that could be utilized. So that might be a possibility. I don't believe there's one from the main office to anywhere else, not the community center or the library for that matter. So I don't think that exists, but somebody might be able to tell me differently on that. The only caution I'd have on the going to the commercial, I've actually done some of those installations for the commercial Starlink, and it's definitely got faster download speeds. Your uploads are modest, and I'm talking about a 5 meg difference. So, almost negligible really in the overall. And the other thing you got to be, somewhat concerned about is your operational cost will go probably, where you're paying 130 today, you're going to be paying for the type of capacity you would need even for any of those sites, especially if you're joining them. You're going to need, it's going to be, $600 to about $1,800 somewhere in there per month. So it's substantial. So the fiber is going to give you, when it's available, you're going to get symmetrical speeds, which means that whatever you get down, you get up as well. It has no such limitation. Wireless, it's just an innate limitation on the wireless, and much less. We don't know what the future capacity as Starlink grows. My concern for it is, it's going to become, as it's more users, it's going to become more saturated, right? So the idea being that they're going to add more satellites. We don't know what that looks like. So, just some things to think about. It will increase your costs substantially. The residential is functioning, as an interim solution or as a backup solution. I think it would work fine. But, if you want to go the commercial, you're about $4,000 for the equipment. And I would account somewhere between a minimum of $600 and $1,000 a month for operational costs. So I don't know if that's in the budget, but as you've stated, Councillor Nash, might be something that the library may be able to gain access through some sort of grant or something that would be, or a government subsidy. I know that there's some funding for that. You know, maybe that's an option, but the fiber is not that far off. And, you know, the hope is that we're going to get connectivity. One of the things that I'll be working very closely with the administrative team is to, and yourselves for that matter, in hoping that we can get either very, very low rates or no rates, you know, through Cogeco as part of the deal. So we'll see where we end up. I'd hate to make any committed promises, but we've had those kind of discussions with Cogeco, and there's a strong possibility we might get these services for near nothing or close to. So anyway, hope that helps.
Okay, thank
Can I
you.
just comment from the library standpoint?
Sure.
Yeah. Yeah, for everyone, I called Eva at the library to find out, you know, our connection, and just in terms of statistics, we have something, she called it 400 links a week. And in, I think it was July, we used 2 terabytes of data at the library. So, and just on September 1st, just a few days ago, on that one day, there was 101 connections. And I thought she said 21 gigabytes of data just on that day, sort of, right? But anyway, the other thing is the library has received a letter from Starlink reminding them of a fair use policy, right? It was a cordial letter, but somehow 2 terabytes of data, you know, I think raised some eyebrows with respect to whether it's commercial or residential or whatever. And that doesn't mean any more than just what it is. When we got rid of the Bell system, we were paying $176 over at the library, and now we're paying through Starlink $158.20 a month. She had different numbers altogether for commercial and whatever, but the grant that's from the province will pay for whatever the cost is for the hookup at the library. It will not pay for any equipment to put into the library. And it also, she didn't know the answer if we connected under the highway and connected this building to the library, whether that would or would not make us ineligible for that 158 or whatever a month that we're paying now. So that's the statistics with respect to the library. I don't know what the stats are for the community center or the office. I'm sure they're only a fraction of that, right? So anyway, I thought I'd just put that out there for information. Thank you.
Okay, thanks. Councillor Nash.
Yeah, thank you for allowing me to speak again, Mr. Mayor. I just had one quick question, Dan, and I'm sure you know the answer. When you said the Starlink, like I was looking at it on my phone now, but I looked at it earlier. You said that they were in the 635 range to 1920 range. How come there's such a large fast? Is it on the amount of data that gets used? Is that how the pricing works for the commercial side?
Yeah, that's correct. So up to 2 terabytes, you're at that lower number. And if you're above the 2 terabytes, you're going to be more. So on the top end, if you're up to 6 terabytes, you would get closer to the $2,000 mark, right? And I actually got recent pricing from Starlink using the address and you know putting in specifics in that regard, as well as I've taken a look at a series of other data. And like I said, I have a number of sites that I've helped implement Starlink, including, you know, your own at the community center, that kind of thing, right? So yeah, but to answer your question, you're correct. It's based on the amount of data, and also the throughput rate is also a tying factor in there as well.
Okay, perfect. So if it was similar to what was used last month, our number would be closer to the $600 a month. But what happens if you went over 2 terabytes? let's say your plan was for 2, do they cut you off or do they just slow you down? How does that work?
Yeah, they slow you down. It depends on how high again you go. They may force you or have another talk with you to say, you're above the ratio. But yeah, they're not going to cut you off entirely. They are going to slow it down dramatically.
Okay, so I guess I didn't know until it was just said that we'd gotten a letter from Starlink, so. If it is 2 terabytes and we're looking at $600 a month, it might be something for staff to look into a little bit more. Just a thought, that's all, nothing more.
I just, sorry to interject, I just wanted to point that out. That's for July and maybe August. Now for the next 10 months, it goes
It'll
down
go
to
down, yeah.
a fraction of that, right? It's not all year that we're using that.
This would be the peak time.
It just the 6 or 8 weeks in the middle of July and August, probably, right?
Well, thank you. Is there any, are there any other comments or questions that you have for Dan? Councillor Woods.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. I don't know if it's really a question for Dan, question for somebody. The nursing station, they have an internet connection, I would assume. in
Yes,
the
they do.
nursing station, and then the office, and then this building, the community center, and then the library. Computers are most definitely not my forte. Everybody knows that. I don't have a problem admitting that. But if we could have conduit to hardwire, is that not a better idea? Not that we're going to be doing it today, but future to try and connect all of the buildings? Would that not make sense?
Yeah,
Well, I don't know if Dan, I have a couple of comments that I want to make, and this is, you're kind of getting into what I was going to say, but Dan, do you have anything you want to add since this is your report?
yeah, no, ultimately conduit obviously is a nice option. You do have to be careful in what they call multi-tenant, because that expands into something larger. As one organization, obviously that simplifies it. Say as an example, the nursing station, that typically is going to be funded through and with the hospital, that would be entirely different. Right. And that comes out of a different funding envelope and different requirements. And I know, because I used to, I helped implement that system that provides connectivity from the main hospital to that site. But other sites, obviously there's going to be a little more flexibility, and it definitely is an option. Connectivity you talked about between the community center and the library, that might be a good option. But again, you'd have to, as the earlier point was made, you have to make sure that that's not going to infringe upon the funding you do have. So, just being careful in those regards.
Maybe this is the time for me to inject a couple of comments. First of all, I mean, everything that you'll see in Dan's report, I think I would certainly support, and I support the final conclusion, which really is the one that Councillor Lamb, at least I think if you distill it down, it's the conclusion that Councillor Lamb reached a while ago, which is that we should wait for fiber. So let me start with that and just say there are actually 2 fiber initiatives going on in the municipality. And it is my belief that all of the buildings that we have here will get their own independent connections of some kind to the Cogeco. In this case, that's the Cogeco fiber. There are some other things going on I am literally waiting for the internet service providers who are doing this to provide the public information to people as to who is going to be served and when and so on. But we're both talking, in both cases, we're talking about sort of late 2024 is what they're saying. So it's not a long way away. And that's why I would support the argument that we not make a lot of investment. No, I did tell you before about the conduit situation. And the only there are conduits between this building and the library that do various things, and there's one that's empty. And I should correct myself. It doesn't actually go inside there. It ends in the middle of the lawn of the library. So there is a little bit of work to cause it to go the rest of the way through the wall and get inside. And I advocated that be populated with appropriate cabling a long time ago. And the reason I did was not so that the library could not so much so that the library could get better internet, but because I think it's important for us to look at how to make our system fault tolerant. And I spent most of my career doing fault tolerant systems. You always have to ask yourself the question, well, what happens if you have a single source of access to the internet, we have an emergency or something going on here. It's all going to come up Highway 124 from Perry Sound on poles, mostly on poles. You'll see it when they start to put it in, which will be early next year, I would say. You'll start to see it. And if somebody swings a excavator bucket or something and cuts that thing, and everybody who's connected to it, don't matter if every building here has a separate and every house and so on is all wired up. But if somebody swings that and cuts it, until they can repair that thing, it's going to be a couple of days with nobody having any internet. And that is a problem even for the library, even for our municipal office, and us here doing council meetings and whatever. So I think we should always be looking at, do we have an alternative supply? And I don't see us ever getting rid of a wireless solution somewhere so that we have some backup. And that might very well be a Starlink, okay, unless there's some other offering that comes along that we can use. But for now, I think we're not bad, because the office is on one system. It's a Bell system. It's supplied by wireless. It's supplied by one of the towers over here, and so on. Now, the other comment, and Councillor Lamb alluded to this, the library is our heaviest user of internet. And I think when the opportunity came for them to get the other Starlink that became available, that was a boon to them. They actually now are able to do things that they couldn't. I mean, they were in a situation where if they had a class going or people doing things that were using the iPads and so on that are in there, then they literally could not check out books or videos because they couldn't get access to their, Councillor Lamb knows this, right? They couldn't get access. And now they can. And I think they will be all right for the next year, because their usage will dial down over the winter time and so on. But they use far more than we do. And the original thought about sort of possibly sharing was caused by the fact that when they're using theirs, typically nobody in here is using it. And when we're using it in here, typically they're closed, right? So it's sort of, if there hadn't been a second Starlink, you heard me in the budget discussion when I was pushing for us putting, just extending that conduit through the wall of the library, running a cable in it and hooking them up. But they got their own and we're set to go. So, but there should be, my expectation is, I don't know, Dan is probably tracking this more closely than I am, but you say you may have a comment, Dan, but I'm expecting soon that the internet service providers will be sending things out to people in the service area, because they know who they're going to service. And they gave us some ideas, but they said, please don't share it with people till we get everything figured out how we're going to do it and all this. And so we're like, we're not in a position to show you a map and say, these people are going to get connection. People aren't, right? that's their job to do that, but they're gonna probably do it this fall is my guess. People will get notifications. And then, because they want to start, as they start to build out their wireless plant, or not their wireless, their fiber plant, they want to get permission. If you want internet to the premise, they want to get permission from you to run a line to your house, right? Or your business or your community center or whatever it is. So they should be communicating that information. I anticipate sometime in the next few months, right before the end of the year. Does that match with your understanding, Dan, of what's going on?
Absolutely. Yeah, no, you're definitely on the money, Mayor Comrie. It's definitely, we've heard thousands of homes and businesses along the 124. They did specifically state that they would actually establish a site that people could put in their address, and they would be able to determine whether that service was going to hit them directly, or they may be able to look to other providers who could buy from them as a resale, and look at options from other people like ViaNet and NetSpectrum and others. But primary installation is 100%. We did hear specifically that the plan was for September 2023. So they are going to be breaking ground as we speak this month. And it's looking very promising. They've done a lot of assessment, as I've alluded to in the report, and as Mayor Comrie stated, they're ready with public communications. They were preparing that and looking to communicate that out shortly. So I would expect the same thing. I think in the next couple of months, we're going to start to see that information flow.
Okay, well, thanks. Are there any other questions or comments while we have Dan? No?
Do you mind if I ask one more comment? I think we've all spoken to it. For the backup that we might need down the road, would it make sense for us to at least, even if we're not doing anything else, just schedule that work to connect these two buildings instead of waiting? Would that make any sense, Mr. Mayor? Or Dan, that maybe there's a conduit sitting in the lawn there. Maybe it's I don't know if it's the public works guys that could do it, or if it's another contractor, but it doesn't sound like it would cost much money. And it'd be one thing we could check off our checklist that would need to be done when fiber came anyways, right? Just getting ahead of the game.
Yeah, I don't think you have anything to lose by it.
Well, I think we do, through you, Mr. Mayor. Remember I said that the library board wasn't sure whether they would lose their whatever 176 a month if we connected that up. Or in other words, they're not just supplying the library, they're supplying the building across the street. So I'd want that confirmed before we run a wire and lose a couple $100 a month or whatever, right? So
Well, yeah, and to be honest with you, I don't think the purpose of doing that and is so that we can get rid of one Starlink and run the two places out of. So I would leave everything the way it is, to be honest with you, but that means that we could probably do that work next year, whether we do it this year. And then David, I see our public works manager has gone off the call, but he did figure out that yes, they could do it, and it wouldn't cost a huge amount of money. And originally I thought we were gonna, when we didn't have that other Starlink available or didn't know we had it available, then I was really pushing for it to be done this year, but in light of that development, I don't think we're under pressure to do it, so we could do it next year or whenever we get around to it. And the more we know, I mean, ideally, if I were just had a consultant hat on, what I would be saying to people is, look, once you know exactly what you're going to get, when and how you're going to connect you gotta give people their primary access, then you sit down and what do? You develop a backup plan and say, okay, let's suppose that, for example, that's not available for some reason. And we could have an emergency or we could need additional capacity because of having to run a command center out of the municipal office or the library or here or wherever, I don't know, or the works garage, someplace. And then you figure out, well, where do you need the backup to be and how are you going to get it? And that would require some further study at the time, but I think I really believe we should wait till we see what we're going to get and when. And at the end of the day, the cost will Dan alluded to this, but the cost will likely go down. So anyway, that would be my. So I wonder, we've spent a fair bit of time on this. Can we, if your questions are done, can we call the question on this one and see if we can, all those in favor of receiving the report? And thank you very much, Dan, for the report and for taking time to answer questions.
You're welcome. My pleasure. Absolutely. Anytime. And I was happy I could both provide the report and provide any additional context and information. So thank you.
All right. Thanks a lot. Okay, this takes us to item number 10 on the agenda, which is a couple of bylaws. Yes, 3 bylaws. That's more than a couple. And the first 2 are planning items that have been before this council previously, having to do with short road allowances on Wawashkash. And it was a while ago since they came here, and I honestly, when I saw them, I said to to our CEO, did we get these before? Because I'd forgotten about them, but they're you have a report from our planning assistant that gives you all the information about them. So let's do number 10.1. I'll ask for a mover and seconder for the following: that bylaw number 57-2023 being a bylaw to close and stop up that part of the original shore road allowance along the shores of Wawashkash Lake in front of lot 35, concession 7 in the geographic township of Mackenzie, designated as part 2, plan 42R 22205, and to sell part 2, plan 42R 22205, be read a first and second time this 5th day of September 2023, and further read a 3rd time, passed and properly signed and sealed this 5th day of September 2023, and numbered by law 5723. 57-2023. Would someone like to move that, please? Councillor Lamb is moved, and it looked like Councillor Nash was seconding. Is that correct? Thank you. Any discussion about this bylaw? I don't hear any. So I will call the question, and as usual, our usual practice with these, we will have a recorded vote, I think.
Councillor Bray,
Yes.
Councillor Lamb,
Yes.
Councillor Nash,
Yes.
Councillor Woods,
Yes.
Mayor Comrie.
Yes,
Thank you. That motion is carried.
thank you. And the second one, need a mover and seconder for this, that bylaw number 58-2023, being a bylaw to close and stop up that part of the original shore allowance along the shores of Wawashkash Lake in front of lot 28, concession 5 in the geographic township of Mackenzie, designated as part 6 to 11 on plan 42R 22220. Okay, sorry, 22220, and to sell part 6-11, plan 42R 22220, be read a first and second time this 5th day of September 2023, and further read a third time, passed and properly signed and sealed this 5th day of September 2023 and numbered bylaw 58-2023. Who will move that one? Counselor Nash moves, seconded by Counselor Bray. Any discussion on this one? Oh, Counselor Nash, go ahead.
Thank you for you, Mr. Mayor. I guess I had a couple questions on this. It talks about, that they'll, the original shore allowance below the controlled high water mark will be retained by the municipality. So I just want to make sure, I can't see it on this plan here, but I don't know, maybe we'll have to postpone the vote possibly, but is it controlled at like what everybody's talking is the high water mark on the Washkesh, this 229, whatever? Because if it is, I don't think there'd be any shoreline that they could be buying up. So what elevation are they using to purchase it? And then the second question would be, in John's report on page 108 of 195, the colored photo at the bottom says the aerial imagery confirms that the shoreline of the applicant's land are free from critical fish habitat. But if I look up on the zoning chart, I see EP on 2 of the properties. So I'm a little confused if there is type, I'm assuming EP is the type 1 fish habitats. Why would be closing some of those areas up when our 9.08, I think 0.2 or 3 says that we won't close up the areas fronting the type 1 fish habitat. I'm a little confused. And they might have already been taken care of, but I just I think we should know in order to do a vote, or for myself, what elevation are we using for the high water mark to be selling the shore allowance? And the second one is if there is type 1 fish habitat, which again, I'm assuming is the environmentally protected areas, which certainly on the top lot, which I can't read it. I think it's the part 6 lot. Or part 5. The top lot has a lot of EP going between the 2 areas, and the bottom lot has a little bit of EP touching the southern portion. So I don't know if that can be reviewed and brought back just to know, and maybe a bigger copy of the survey blown up would show us, but I don't feel confident doing a vote on it, not knowing those answers tonight for myself. Not saying they shouldn't close up their shore allowance in any way, shape, or form. Just which portions are they closing up and what elevations are we using?
Okay, so you asked 2 questions, and the first question, we don't have our planner here to comment, so. But the elevation that is used for purposes of purchase of shore road allowance is the elevation of the sill height of the dam is actually what's used. Okay, if you did use the 229.57, you're quite right there. It would change things. That is a standard, and if you could see the drawing, the survey drawing, you would see the surveyor's note about what he used as an elevation, because they have a procedure that and it's a much simpler procedure on lakes where the level doesn't change very much. But on Washkesh, you have to, because of the, depending on what the level is at right now. So for example, if you're out surveying today, you've got 8 inches of water. Well, no, it's probably more like 5 inches of water going into the dam. So your some of the shore road allowance that is underneath the water right now, and it could, because the shoreline isn't a straight drop off or anything like this. It could change the contour of the shore road line. It could change it by 10, 15 feet in some cases, right? So, but some of that will be underwater. So when the surveyor gets there, they look at what the level of the water is. And they go out into the water and actually take measurements to see where the bottom is. That's how you do it.
Yeah,
They do it electronically, but that's how they do it. So they do come up with that, and the actual datum, the elevation that's used is actually shown on the drawings, and they use the number isn't exactly the sill height of the dam. I'm going to correct myself because it's a standard that they've been using for some period of time, and they want it to be consistent so that every time a person comes along to buy a shore road allowance, it's the same point. So, as to your second question, from my knowledge of those properties, and I don't have the drawing in front of me now. We did have it, of course, when we approved this in principle before. But the EP tends to be at the bottom ends. You will see if you look at the sketch on page 1 of his report, it's the colored one. It's you see there's a kind of an island off at the very bottom. This is above the Longhorn subdivision. And in there behind that island, that is I believe is environmentally protected. But the lots that are purchasing the shore road allowances are away from that, and similarly behind Arbor Vita Island, that is not, that little area is referred to as Sneak Channel. That isn't, and right now you can get a canoe or a kayak through there. It's not considered environmentally, like it doesn't show up on the drawings as EP to my recollection. So I don't know, like I don't know if our planning assistant remembers if there was any discussion about this at the time, but I'm pretty sure that Mr. Jackson's report would have said, the original one, when we asked for this, he would have said there was no there wasn't any any type 1 fish habitat that needed to be excluded.
And just if I might, through you, Mr. Mayor, I know there can be drawings provided for the ministry that shows the type 1 fish habitat versus the environmentally protected. But I would assume environmentally protected, from what I understand from what John Jackson said in the past, is actually in fact the type 1 fish habitat. So that's why I'd feel much more comfortable bringing it back. And as for the dam height, I'm sorry, but I don't know why we're using the top of the dam for this. And then when somebody's doing a septic saying it needs to be 229, and I'm reading the report further in the agenda today, and it talks about the high water mark and the datum as being 229.57. So maybe going forward, we can say that, why would we sell land, our shore allowance that we know is going to be flooded, that we're saying is a floodplain, and then selling it to somebody when we're saying we won't sell anything above the high water mark. And our planner notes and reports the regulatory flood elevation for Washkesh Lake based on the 100-year flood is established at 229.57 meters above Canadian geodetic datum 229.14 still water. Why we wouldn't be using that for selling our shore allowance when there always seems to be big arguments on hands of what elevations we use, and then here we are about to sell it and saying we'll just lower it by 3 meters on land that we know is going to flood.
Okay, well,
So I'll be voting no on this one. just to let everybody know.
I mean, I'm sorry that Mr. Jackson isn't here to answer that, but what he would tell you is that the 229.57 is important for septic permits and building permits. It is a legal requirement of the Building Code Act. It has nothing to do with the conveying of shore road allowances. This is historical precedent, okay? I mean, municipalities have been selling shore road allowances in Ontario for, you know, 40 years. This is how it works. I mean, I can't, they're two completely different things. That's, that's the only way I can say, I can explain to you. And yes, in theory, we are conveying some property to people that at part of the year is being flooded, but most of the year when they're using it, it's not flooded. And this goes to the whole question of why are there shore road allowances? There are shore road allowances because in the original title to all these properties, you will see that the save and accepting the shore road allowance, why was that there? It was there from logging days so that the logging companies could retrieve logs that washed up on the shore, right, of your property. They had the right to do that. And after the logging days were over, they said, well, you know what, this permits you as a landowner to say to somebody who drives up on a boat to your shore and decides to put their tent there and camp there, to say to them, I'm sorry, you're trespassing on private property. Because theoretically, if you don't own that shore road allowance, they could say, all right, fine, it's part of the lake. I have a right to treat it like Crown land, right?
No,
So that's the whole argument. So you don't want to, if you did what you're suggesting, then on a lake like Wawashkesh, most of the summer where people have their docks and their other stuff, that would be treated as Crown land if you would sell it. So
yeah, no.
anyway,
I
that's
was
like,
aware of that.
anyway, look, I don't know. I will just ask the rest of council if you do you wish to have this brought back for another meeting? Because we can, if you want to see what the actual drawing is, and I guess we could get Mr. Jackson to comment on why, or we can look up the records, because this is probably, I can't remember, to be honest with you, but it could have, I'm guessing it would have been asked at the time, right? Whether this was any of this land should not be conveyed. As far as I'll ask our planning assistant, as far as you're concerned, there's nothing to be excluded from what's being conveyed, is there? Okay, thank you. So,
Well,
Councillor Lamb.
yeah, I guess, is there any urgency to this, I guess is the question. And if there is no urgency, obviously, or I'm assuming next month when the planning matters come, which is usually the middle of the month, but I don't know why this is on the first of the month, begin with, because usually it's the committee of the whole in the middle of the month, right? But I don't see anything wrong with when other items come, we just don't put this on. Councillor Nash can ask his questions, we'll get them answered and pass them. I don't have a problem with it, but I don't know the answer. I'm sure maybe the mayor does, but I think we should defer it, quite frankly, and bring it back.
Okay, does council agree to defer it then? I mean, we can put it, the motion was moved and seconded, and I suppose.
We don't want to defeat it.
Hmm?
I say we don't want to defeat.
No, you don't, but if everybody, I mean, we can do it with a show of hands. If everybody agrees to defer it for further information, we can do that.
I think Councillor Ray had a question.
Yes.
Yeah, I do have a.
Oh, please.
do
I'm
have-
sorry. I
do have a
didn't see
question.
that you wanted to get in. Go ahead.
Yes, sure. So I've been looking at these, the maps that are in our package, and it looks like, and I just wanted to double check that there is no shore road allowance between lot 5 and that island. Is that correct? That the road allowance is only on a little bit of lot 5 and then the other 3 lots further down.
I think, oh, sorry, you think there is on the lot that is to the northernmost
Yeah,
lot, there's no shore road allowance?
Not between the island. If you look at the survey, and I blew it up quite large. And the shore road allowance looks like it goes right around the island. The in-between part doesn't show anything.
Yeah, Councillor Bray, I think you're correct on that. But-
Okay, I didn't know if I was reading it right, so I just wanted to ask.
I think you're right. I just look at it and I know it, even though it's not between, it's at the beginning of it on both lots. But anyways,
Yeah, it's at the beginning.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're right. But I just wanted, I was just trying to,
but I think you're right. When I looked at it as well, it confused me at the start.
yeah,
Yeah.
that's what
I
I
Wow.
think a fish, whatever, a fish assessment, M&R sends them over of the whole lake. It'll show it exactly where type 1, type 2 are on the lake
Yeah.
from their charts. Will it really help
Okay.
for the next meeting?
Okay.
Well, why don't we so why don't we defer it and get the drawings and get the, I don't know. Or can I get a show of hands to defer, please? I want to make sure everybody's in agreement. Okay, it's deferred. And I will just put for more information. And you'll remember, Madam CAO, what the information was, right?
Yeah,
Yes,
yeah.
thank you. Okay, just. All right, finally, there is another bylaw number 59/2023 related to the after-school program, and I'd like to get the motion on the floor, and then we'll let our AO speak to this one. That bylaw 59/2023 being a bylaw to enter into an agreement to develop and deliver the municipality of Whitestone's after-school program be read a first and second time this 5th day of September 2023, and further read a third time, passed and properly signed and sealed this 5th day of September 2023, and numbered bylaw 59/2023. Who will move that? Councillor Woods moves, seconded by Councillor Lamb. Thank you, Madam CAO.
Okay, thank you.
This one.
As the bylaw says, our after-school program provider is Mrs. Janet Jackson. She works at the school now, and she's agreeable to doing the after-school program in a modified way, Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday only. And we close at 5 instead of 6. And that'll work out for the majority of parents who need that little bit of extra time just to get off work and come and pick up their children. I'm working with another lady who will be an alternate. So the program will be covered just in a modified way. And our community is quite resourceful. The parents have said they'd like Monday to Friday, but they're very happy to have Tuesday to Thursday at this point. And the program starts next Tuesday.
Questions or comments on this one?
If I may, I should also say we're working closely with the Ministry of Education. That it's a licensed program, so they have to do an awful lot of approvals. We still have policy to write. There's probably 10 hours of my week going to be involved in this getting this after school program underway.
Good work.
Okay, well, thank you. If there's nothing further, I'll call the question. Those in favor of approving, thank you. That's carried.
Just as I think of it, the rate. I thought we passed something in the past that said it was when it went from $5 to $6 and it was going to increase by the cost of living or something. Just look at that, whatever we pass, because I think that's how we fixed it for the future, right?
Thank you. I don't recall that, but I will have a look.
Yeah, maybe
Yeah.
I'm wrong.
Okay.
I don't know why it comes to my mind, but anyway. Rather than debate whether it goes from $6 to $7 or $6 to $6.50, whatever, I think we tied it to inflation, but maybe you need to look at that.
One more thing I should add, since you mentioned the rate, we didn't change the rate. It's a 2-hour program from 3 to 5. And the rate is still $6.
Yeah, I realize.
Yeah.
Just look at the previous.
I will do.
That's all. Again, I know we've called this, but I take it the alternate doesn't want to do Monday and Friday. I think that, or you would have come to that conclusion, right?
I actually don't know. She contacted, through you, Mr. Mayor, she contacted me just before I left for vacation. And I said we would find some time to talk this week or next. So
Okay.
I don't know that yet.
Okay.
It's a possibility, I suppose. I just don't know.
Yeah, because I'm sure to the parents, it would mean a lot more if they could get 5 days rather than 3 days, right? So, and thank you for doing all the work you do, by the way, Madam CAO. I know this is a very time-consuming sort of thing that a lot of municipalities don't get themselves involved in, quite frankly, but I think we're proud that we have it. There's other communities, small communities like us that don't have it, right? So thank you for your hard work.
Okay, thank you. Let's move on to 11.1, which is a request from CN to proclaim Rail Safety Week. This motion suggested is as follows: whereas Rail Safety Week is to be held across Canada from September 18th to 24th, 2023. And whereas 232 railway crossing and trespassing incidents occurred in Canada in 2022, resulting in 66 avoidable fatalities and 43 avoidable serious injuries. And whereas educating and informing the public about rail safety, reminding the public that railway rights-of-way are private property, enhancing public awareness of the dangers associated with highway rail grade crossings, ensuring pedestrians and motorists are looking and listening while near railways and obeying established traffic laws will reduce the number of avoidable fatalities and injuries caused by incidents involving trains and citizens. And whereas Operation Lifesaver is a public-private partnership whose aim is to work with the public, rail industry, governments, police services, media, and others to raise rail safety awareness. And whereas CN has requested that the Council of the Municipality of Whitestone adopt this resolution in support of the ongoing efforts to raise awareness, save lives, and prevent injuries in communities, including our municipality. Now therefore be it resolved that the Council of the Municipality of Whitestone supports National Rail Safety Week to be held from September 18th to 24th, 2023. 18th to 24th in 2023. Coming up soon. So, before our next meeting, are you moving, Councillor Woods? Is there a seconder? Councillor Nash. Any discussion? We get this one every year, pretty much. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor, please use your hands. Okay, thank you. We will respond accordingly. Okay, the next one is a proposal regarding lake planning initiatives that the council, here's the suggested motion. That the Council of the Municipality of Whitestone receives for information the memorandum 2023 capital project lake planning initiatives proposed water testing, and that the 2023 project lake planning initiatives proposed water testing be paused for 2023 until such time as a strategy can be developed to ensure clear direction and parameters are established for lake planning and lake protection in Whitestone. Does someone wish to move this? Councillor Nash moves. Is there a seconder? Councillor Woods? Okay, so I'm not sure where this came from. Do you have any comments, Madam CAO?
Yes, it came from me. So at this time of year, in midsummer, I start to look at the capital projects and, make sure we're on line of, trying to complete what needs to be done. It occurred to me that I personally didn't have very much direction. I don't have very much experience with lake planning or water testing, and we don't really have a strategy yet. So the concern I had is, where are we going to do water testing? What kind of water testing are we going to do? Who's going to do it? So all these questions came to me. So it was almost impossible to put out an RFP. So my suggestion is just that, is that it's not that we're not going to do it, and it's certainly top of mind. But we don't really have, or I certainly don't have any direction of where council wants to go in terms of lake planning, including water testing. So my suggestion is that this, we just leave this capital project to the side for 2023 and have a much more robust discussion early in the year, next year.
Okay, I'll just make a quick comment. I mean, I agree with everything that that the CAO just said, in the sense that I'm not sure what the municipality, what we as a municipality thought we were going to do relative to water testing in 2023. But I do want to point out to everybody, first of all, there is all sorts of water testing that is already going on. It's done by, and it's too bad Dennis Morrison isn't still here because he does a good chunk of it. But the Wabash Conservation Association does its own water testing. We don't pay for it. The municipality doesn't pay for it. The association does. I guess the Whitestone Conservation Association pays for in some ways for what Dennis does, because there are annual costs. You have to get calibration solutions for the test equipment and all that kind of thing. But I think there is this, I think there is some confusion that's evident right in the motion itself, which is that somehow or other, water testing and lake planning are part of the same thing. They're not. They're two separate things. I mean, you might want some lake testing data, some water testing data, if you're going to develop a lake plan, and we are, I take it, going to develop lake plans at some point. But if you are doing water testing, it is, in my view, critically important that once you start it, you got to keep doing it. It's not the absolute numbers that you get in a given year that matter. It's what the trends are over a period of time that matter. And frankly, that is the information that informs a lake plan. If you're going to use water testing data to inform a lake plan, and I do have experience with this, then you got to keep doing it. So I don't know if I'm only concerned with this is that I just hope we're not sending the wrong message to people about the stuff that's already, the testing that's already being done. And actually we should, in my opinion, we should be doing more testing, and we should be doing it to establish base data for long-term environmental protection. We should be looking at, the benthic monitoring that's been started in various places, and we have been paying for that. And coliform count testing and so on, which people have given up on doing, but that and some other indicators of the health of the water need to be, they need to be done constantly so that we can see, because there's a lot of what we see here isn't necessarily a result of anything that we do here in Whitestone. Some of it is stuff that we're inheriting from east of Highway 11, right? So, not to pick on anybody, that's just the nature of where we are in the watershed. So I don't know, I guess that's anyway, what do other people think? That's I guess I was a little taken aback when I saw this. Councillor Ray.
Yeah, I think that a lot of what you said is partly some of what we were thinking, or I was thinking of, is that we don't really, I don't have enough information to know what kind of water testing we should be doing, or what water testing is available, what it will cost, anything like that. I think that in terms of it going alongside the the update of the official plan and the information about the different lakes. It's certainly the water testing is important, but that would be partly, I think we need someone who can lead us in where we should be going with this, and not just doing water testing for the sake of water testing. And not knowing whether it's going to be the information we need in the long run for the official plan. That was sort of my thinking of this. And I was certainly in agreement with waiting, and then we need to work towards finding somebody who will be able to give us that kind of information.
Okay, thank you. Has the Environmental Stewardship Committee talked about this? Or no? Councillor Nash, did you? Maybe you can answer the question. You're on the committee.
Yeah, no, the Environmental Stewardship Committee hasn't talked about it, but to be honest, I don't think water testing that we award is an Environmental Stewardship Committee task. That's what we talked about several times before. And at the last stewardship term. I look at this a lot differently than some other people. I do think we need to do some testing, but I do think we can spend a lot of money in a foolish way really quickly doing it. So I fully support waiting. I fully support getting more information. And I'd make a little revision to the very last sentence of the motion. I'd just add a word or add a sentence after everything else had been read that would say, including input from our to-be awarded planning consultant. I know the CAO and I spoke briefly a couple times, and I think that whoever is our new planning consultant can be, you know, will be able to provide us with a lot of good information on what we might need for water testing as part of our lake planning. So use them to get some information once they're awarded, which might take months or whatever it would to get back to us. When it comes to the testing, we had a presentation at the Stewardship Committee last year, and there's actually, believe it or not, I wasn't part of it, but there's a big argument that took place. I actually think that another counselor attended the meeting and listened to it, and the consultant basically up and down categorically said, if you're going to write a new official plan or new lake plans and you're going to include water data, it has to be done by professionals, not by FOCA, not by volunteers. None of that means anything when it comes to confirming the data. So it has to be done. So we all sit here and skip around the idea of, you know, there's volunteers. That's great. There's tons of volunteers that do water testing. I fully support all that, but that's not going to work when we're writing a planning document or an official plan. It's just not going to work. So if we want to use anything to do with water testing, it has to be done by a professional consultant, independent study. And they've said that that takes 1 to 2 years of data. So I fully agree that this year's too late. At least we got it on the budget. It can be there for next year. It was a really good starting point to bring some awareness to it. With that said, though, it's going to have to be something that's done next year. And maybe it won't be as detailed as we think. Maybe it's simply just going out and there's something called a Secchi disc and they go and do some phosphorus testing and that's about it. I also know that some of our current planning consultants would say that the Benzik monitoring is a total waste of money right now because it's like you're testing something when you don't even have the basic test done now. So I think we could probably go on and talk about that for hours, but I guess going back to it, I'd simply ask that we add that we want consultation from our new planning consultant on what they think we should be doing and take that into great consideration when we're thinking maybe they're going to say there's no point doing water testing publicly and it's not going to matter in our official plan or our lake plannings. So I do think what the CAO has suggested is a great idea, but I think we keep kind of going in circles about using volunteers, and volunteers just don't work when it comes to court. And when you're writing an official plan and you're writing lake planning, where those are gonna end up is in an LPAT or a land tribunal or whatever, and if there's the consultant, and Counselor Woods can, I think, can confirm what I'm saying, he said it will mean nothing, absolutely nothing. Not done by a professional, can't be verified by a professional, it means nothing. So,
Yeah.
I don't-
The only, yeah, I hear what you're saying. The only thing is, you're presupposing that the only reason you're doing it is for the official plan. And that would be correct, if all you're doing it, but we only do the official plan probably every 10 years. So are we gonna test for 2 years and then do the official plan and then forget about it for for 10 years? I think that would be colossally irresponsible. So, I mean, we have to have some other, I'm saying they're not, the only purpose for doing water testing is not the official plan. That's just one of the uses of the data. But anyway, look, we're running out of time here. Is there how much money was, just a curiosity, how much money, are we trying to take something out of the budget? Was there money in the budget that this is gonna save us? Is that what we're doing, or?
Yes, there's $15,000 in the budget. And I would suggest that could be utilized for the
Well, given that we're not gonna.
equipment that we're
Yeah,
not gonna
yeah,
sell.
that's
I
right.
just found the money with
12,000.
Counselor Lamb.
You're up $3,000.
You told me to find the money and I just did.
Given
you
that
go.
we're not,
Can
yeah,
I
that we're
just-
not gonna spend it, yeah, I can
Yeah,
see the
can I
argument.
just say a word, please, because I didn't get a chance? You know, I'm kind of confused by all this, quite frankly. I don't know what lake planning is. And I would put that most people maybe don't understand the entirety of what lake planning is. Obviously, I see water testing as a subset of that, right? And maybe I'm wrong, but that's how I see it. And in all my years on council, other than the two environmental groups I can think of here on Whitestone and Wawashish, I've never, if I could count on one hand, how many people called me about lake quality and water quality and lake testing and lake planning. None, absolutely none. And what we're going to do next year is we're going to be hit, as I keep saying, with this tsunami of spending, right? Tsunami. And I think when it comes to that, we have to prioritize what is important to us. I mean, for the love of God, we've survived all these years with wonderful lakes. Remember when they used to talk about acid rain and all that stuff when I was a teenager? I don't know where I haven't heard acid rain for years and years and years. I'm not trying to poo-poo environmental things, but I agree with the motion. We'll save 15,000 this year. I'm sure we'll decide to spend it somewhere else. But let's not, until we really understand what lake planning is, and I agree with Councillor Nash, when we get new planners, maybe they have a water or a lake planning division or some doggone thing. But we need to understand what it is, and more importantly, what it's going to cost, right? I'm afraid this is something you put your toe in the water thinking you're spending $15,000, and then 5 years later, you've spent $750,000 trying to chase something that we don't even know what we're chasing. So that's the comment. I don't know whether that's how I feel. And so anyway, it is what it is. So thank you.
Okay, well, anybody else who hasn't spoken about this, Councillor Woods.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. I'd be in agreement to put it off. But I would also agree that even if the citizen science can't be used, it is still a good thing for everybody to continue doing. If we're not doing it as the municipality, that's fine. Whitestone Conservation Association wants to do the water quality testing. Absolutely. Knock yourself out. Wawashish wants to do it. Absolutely. Because like you say, Mr. Mayor, it's a continuation of the data. even though we're not doing it as the municipality, that might show us something down the road. We could look at it as, oh, you know, we missed this opportunity here, or this here, this is a trend that's going here. I think it's still a good thing for people to continue to do.
Okay, thank you. Lorimer does theirs too, by the way. They do it.
I think Dennis does Lorimer, doesn't he?
Well, I'm not sure if he does it, but somebody does it because
He
they
did-
have,
he
because
did
they
it last
report
time.
it at their annual
Yeah, I
meeting.
think Dennis did.
Anyway, look, we gotta move on here. So I think if everybody's had their piece about it, I guess I understand what's driving at us in the initial discussion. We are getting late in the year, of course, to try and if you do get professionals to come in, they do it in around this time of year. No, they do it in the fall too. There's some testing that has to be done in the fall. Anyway, look,
We're over curfew, by the way.
well, I know, we'll come to that in a second.
Do we have to count the 15 minutes?
Well, that's, who knows? I don't know. I don't have an answer for that. Can I call the question on this motion, please? And are those in favor, please?
Sorry, just before we did the vote, I'd asked as the mover if we could just amend it slightly and just add that wording at the very last sentence, which was including input from our to be awarded planning consultant. Or something similar. to
Well,
that.
who is the seconder? Counselor Woods, are you okay with that? All right, so you want to add including input from our to be awarded, I guess it's really selected, but anyway, we'll planning consultant. Okay, so that's how the motion now reads with those words added on the end. Can we call a question? Those in favor? All right, thank you. That's carried. Okay, so the clerk has handed me the curfew motion. Whereas section 9 of the municipality Whitestone procedural bylaw number 40, 2012, as amended, being a bylaw to govern the proceedings of council, its committees and boards of the corporation of the municipality of Whitestone states. No item of business may be dealt with at a council meeting after 3.5 hours of the meeting unless authorized by a resolution supported by 2/3 of the members to an additional 1/2 hour. Now therefore be it resolved that the council of the municipality of Whitestone hereby continues the September 5th, 2023 regular council meeting past the allotted time of 3.5 hours and continues for an additional 1/2 hour. Moved by Councillor Bray. Seconded by anybody? Councillor Woods. All those in favor? Okay. Okay, so we're at 11.3, which is, what is it? Okay, deep. Oh, no. I missed one. Okay, that's missing out of, it's not, I have a resolution part, okay, and I saw it on the main agenda, so it doesn't matter, I just don't have the sheet. Municipal planning services, date selection for a special council meeting to meet with the short list of proponents. So somebody moves that the council of the municipality of Whitestone is hereby set the date for a special council meeting, special council session. Sorry, I'm going to try that again. A special closed session council meeting to meet with the short list of proponents in regards to municipal planning services. Request for proposal 2023-09 on. And there's a date for a Zoom meeting at 4 o'clock. I mean, there's not a date, there's a blank line. So I gather the intent of this was to try to find a time to have this meeting.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. The little committee, which is Councillor Lamb, Councillor Nash and Paula Macri have been going through the proposals. They're down to 3 for the short list. I think it was a question whether there was 2 or 3, but it makes sense to interview 3 people. We thought we'd give 1 hour to each of the proponents. They would make a small presentation, and then there would be time for a sort of a meet and greet, and you'll be able to ask questions of these particular consulting services. Originally, I thought this had to be done in open, but I have found a way, and it makes sense to have it done in closed. All 3 of the proponents have indicated that there's proprietary and confidential information they'll be sharing with council, and that allows us to go into closed. So we just need everyone to pull out the calendar, and we can pick a time that works for everyone.
Can I just say one thing, just when we're getting started on that? I know it's probably not what some people want to hear, but the next about 10 days are extremely busy for me. So I'm gonna ask, I know we want to get to it as soon as we can, but right now I'm totally free any day the week of September 25th. But up until that, I got a number of meeting or appointments for medical stuff that I'm gonna be tied up a whole bunch of time on. So if everybody could indulge me by any day on the week of the 25th, and that will go the same for 11.4 and 11.5.
I just don't, when I open my calendar, it does that.
Oh, I see.
So in keeping with the theme of Tuesdays, how does Tuesday, September 26th look?
This is a Zoom meeting.
This is a Zoom meeting.
Yep.
4 p.m.
How long do you think this is gonna take? How long are you gonna give them?
Well, I think if we have, say, 50 minutes, 50 minutes for each of the proponents, it gives us a 10-minute break in between, time for a brief conversation amongst council members. So you're going to need, I would say you're going to need your 4 hours. You're going to need 3 hours for total for the proponents, and then some discussion afterwards.
And was there any
So
discussion?
you're gonna need a break in the middle of it though, so it's gonna go over past that, right?
Yeah, fair enough. We'll arrange for a 15-minute break as we usually do.
Would you propose 4 o'clock? Is that what the time was?
I suggested 4. I'm open to, I like 4 o'clock personally. I know others do, but
Works
I'm
for
open
me.
to and aware of Councillor Wood's work commitments. 4 o'clock's about the earliest you can start, right?
Okay, so it's 4 o'clock on the 26th. Everyone okay? Good.
Okay, so meeting,
And
sorry, are you okay? Councillor?
Yeah.
Right, okay, I'm sorry.
And the one thing we need to, I'm going to ask our planning assistant. Do you have the list of dates that they're all available? Okay, I know they indicated that there was a few dates they weren't available. So if we just give Paula Macri a minute, we'll make sure that that works with all of the consultants.
Why Zoom? Okay, so I guess that now I can fill this in then. What is that? That's Tuesday, September 26th, right? Is that the date?
yep,
Mr. Mayor, Paul is just checking. We got a list of dates from all of the consultants that they were available and that they were not available. And Paul is just going to have a look at that list. Maybe we can just set this one aside and move on, because we are looking at another date for the, hopefully it's the final procedure bylaw review and update meeting. We're very close to the end.
Well, all right, we can, while Paula's still checking.
Paula's
all
looking for that.
We'll just put that in abeyance for a minute. Um,
I'm gonna joke and say, can we do it starting at 7 o'clock on the Tuesday? Just have them both the same day. I'm joking.
yeah, yeah.
Our clerk will fall over dead.
Any
Yeah.
other day that week is good for me still.
It's on the 27th.
Unfortunately,
the
that's
Monday.
shut that week for me, so we're now into the week of October, if there's no time before that, then we're into the,
So we,
I guess the week, what is this?
no, we're working on another meeting right now, Paula.
We're into the week of October.
October 3rd is a regular council meeting,
We're gonna reach our 1-year anniversary on the procedural.
and October 5th is a regular closed session council meeting, so.
Yep.
It might sound silly, but if we left the agenda lighter on October 3rd, could we do it that same day and just get it done?
I mean, we've
No,
spent
we-
like,
I feel it
15
needs to be a
hours.
special council meeting.
It-
That's my opinion. I don't speak for the rest of council, but when the only thing we're focused on is the procedure bylaw, I think we're going to get it done. If we're worried about other business, it could get in the way.
the fear I have on this is that, quite frankly, we have spent probably 15 or 16 hours on a procedural bylaw. And we've got now legal opinions on it. Everyone's been, I think, shipped out the document. I don't see us going back and, oh, let's go for another 4 hours, right? Because all that'll lead is to another meeting the next month. Go check this, that, and whatever, right? I'm sick and tired of the procedural bylaw. We've got to pass something. This is ridiculous. And I didn't even think we'd be having another full meeting, quite frankly. I thought we'd have maybe a half hour, 40 minutes at a regular council meeting. We'd say, okay, we got all the questions answered. Let's go for it, right? If we make a mistake, then some other time fix it. But, you know, this idea of having another special meeting, we're going to have more meetings than Toronto has or anywhere else. Like, in a year, like, anyway, I'm tremendously frustrated at this procedural bylaw. Everyone's had their input, like, we've been going on for months and months and months. Let's pass something. Like, why do we need another special 4-hour meeting on the procedural bylaw? And I think my fellow counselors would probably agree with that, but anyway, we can set a date, but I think it's over the top. I think it'll be another 4 and then it'll be pushed off to November, and we can say to the public, we spent 1 year and we're finally kind of getting close to how we run our meetings, and it's ridiculous. Thank you. Or I think it's ridiculous. You want a meeting, have a meeting, but man.
So, Mr. Mayor, if I may, we can go back to this original motion with regard to our planning consultants, and the 26 works. But
Okay.
we just need to
Yeah.
vote. We just need to vote on that.
Oh, sorry. Yeah. All those in favor of Tuesday, September 26th at 4 PM to interview planning consultants? I see hands up. Good. Thank you. It's carried unanimously. Well, I'm sorry, I don't have a. I don't have a solution for that particular week. I just,
Yeah, I wasn't trying to comment on that week particular. I was commenting on the whole subject.
oh, yeah, well,
So if I may, Mr. Mayor, I have a question. I understand Councillor Nash is very busy for the next 10 days. I appreciate that. Our next regular council meeting is the 19th. We possibly have Tuesday, September 12th open, and I'm wondering if Councillor Nash could provide his comments in writing or verbally to myself or another member of council. I think we're very close. We're down to splitting hairs, I have to admit. But there are a few things that I wanted to walk through with you. In terms of the legal opinion, the opinion on some of those items. I only saw a couple of things that really shouldn't be in the procedure bylaw, and the rest were just the lawyer's thoughts on, they could be there, they don't need to be, but you can have them there if you want to. So I think the whole legal piece is probably fine. I know Mayor Comrie still has a few comments which we're working on, but other than that, I think we're very close. And the other thing I'm thinking is the procedure bylaw, just like any other bylaw, is a live document. If we work with it for a year and we find that things aren't working as intended, there's nothing wrong with doing an amendment. But if you try to get it perfect, if you try to get it letter perfect, we never will. So those are my comments. Oh, okay. Thank you, Councillor Bray. Oh, that's right. Your Councillor Bray is away the week of the
Yeah.
the 12th.
The 12th, I have a
So
meeting
what-
in the evening.
Can't we,
Just-
can't we put it on the agenda for the 19th and keep the conversation to a half hour, 40 minutes, and wrap it up?
I can add it to the 19th. I know we've
I-
got some planning items,
Yeah.
but I can't guarantee any conversation is going to last half an hour. I don't think it will, Councillor.
I think our
Yeah.
experience says that that's not a wise thing to do. We're gonna run out of time and then.
We've run out of
And
time.
I know I'd said it at the beginning, and I know, Michelle, you'd said a special meeting. Could we just have almost nothing else on the 3rd and just get it done then, almost classify as almost a special council meeting, that we only focus on that item for the bulk majority of it?
We do have a presentation. You're talking about October 3rd. We have a delegation, but we have a
Could we
presentation
postpone the delegation?
from M&R. So, yeah, and it's gonna. I mean,
Or if we do the
That-
delegation, then have this for the rest of the meeting?
well.
It's just hard to say what other items are going to be on the meeting. I'm not on the server right now. I have agendas built all the way into December, to be honest with you, and we've fit things in. We won't be doing quarterly reports October 3rd. They'd be the second meeting in October.
Counselor Lamb and I have planning board, but any other day
Well,
that
we,
week,
we could, I don't,
unless it's an afternoon. And like would have to be done, planning board starts at 6:30, so,
6:30 or 7,
6:30, I think, isn't it?
just hold on.
On which day?
Planning board
I
7.
guess I won't be attending that. Oh, is it 4 to 6? Yeah, no, I have planning board at 6:30.
Can we
or
do it
7.
at 4 o'clock on the 20, or you have, planning board 7?
7 on the 25th,
Surely to goodness, we don't need more than 3 hours.
like 3 to 4, or 4 to 6, or
Yeah, like
2
4,
hours?
start at 4 o'clock on the 25th. It's a Zoom call
probably.
on the 25th. And which one's this? This is procedural, but
Yes, I just like to split myself into, I think probably what council doesn't realize, all the work that goes into preparing and advertising for a meeting and then doing agendas and the minutes afterwards, and it can all be done, but other things don't get done when
Would
that happens. Just
27th or 28th work better then?
the 28th doesn't work because, as you can see by the next item, the municipality is sponsoring the dinner on the meeting on the 29th, and it's all hands on deck for that.
you can sleep over in the office. can't
I could.
How about the
Yes.
27th then, the Wednesday? If that would help you, if others are available other days that week.
What's wrong with the 25th? We can't get it done? Is that, Michelle? I mean, isn't the document out? I know I'm underplaying all the work, but
Yeah, no, we can do the 25th. That's fine with me. We'll just, and the 25th forces us to get it done in 2 hours. Right? Because you have
Yeah.
a meeting at
Well, we have.
You have one at 7 and you have one at
We're
7.
at 7, so we have
We're
some.
at- I'm
slack.
at 7, I have to be down here.
Okay, all right, so
Set up.
I think that will be a little bit of leverage to move things along.
Janice, I won't be there for that meeting.
You won't have quorum.
And you're supposed to do the minutes.
I know.
And I'll say it on the 25th, but I'll also say it again. Let's not aim for perfection at this point. Let's aim for the best we can get. And then there's things we'll work with, which simply may not work for council, and we can always amend it.
To give staff time, when would be the latest date you need our comments back so we can all work towards that instead of giving them to you too late?
I will send you an email.
Okay.
Okay,
So when are you doing it? The 25th?
25th at 4 o'clock.
Well, that's. That's also a Zoom meeting, I assume, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so, well. So this one, all right, so this is Monday. September 25. Okay, I guess I'll, oh, so somebody has to move it first, right? We want to move this,
I'll move.
now that we've.
I'll second.
So, moved by Counselor Bray, seconded by Counselor Lamb, Monday, September 25th at 4 via Zoom. All those in favor?
Just before the next item, can I just run out? I gotta take a medical call for a second, if that's okay. I'll be right back in. You guys can continue. I'll just be out for a
Okay.
minute. Is that okay?
So while we're doing, we can go ahead and do the DPSMA. The question is, are you going to be here or not?
Yeah, I will be. I'll probably just be 2 minutes and I'll be.
No,
back
but
in.
are you going to be at?
Yeah.
You want to come to the, that's all we're trying to do is populate a list of who's coming, right? That's all. Okay, go ahead.
Okay, cool.
Go ahead.
I'll be right back.
We'll populate the list and then we'll make the motion when you get back. So who is not going? Nobody is not going? Everybody's going?
I'm going.
All right, okay, so. Oh, council. Guess it's coming as opposed to going because it's here.
So that's the 29th, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep. Make sure that's in the calendar.
All right,
Area municipal meeting. What time does it start? 8:30 or something.
8:15 for registration.
Yeah.
8:15, okay.
And I think you're right, the CAO on there. And I mean, I'll be here anyway, but might as well pay for my dinner. And I'm not sure. if
well,
our,
yeah, obviously you're gonna be here. yeah.
Treasurer may be interested. If we put Manish on there, I'll ask him if he's
Sure.
interested. I think it would be good for him to be introduced to
You didn't
network.
say
of-
you pay for your dinner. Did
Pardon me?
Did I hear you say I'll pay for my?
No, so you will pay for my dinner. So
Oh,
the
okay, okay.
municipality will
I was
pay
gonna
for
say,
my dinner.
Why wouldn't we pay for your dinner?
Yeah,
No, no, this is just so that we can get pre-registered and get a check out to these folks.
okay. Well, all right, so now what do we have? What else is going on?
Maybe we could just move and vote on this, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, do you want to can we get a mover and seconder that everybody is attending? No, I need a mover. Councilor Bray moved. You're seconding, Counselor Woods? Yes, okay, thank you. That. So basically, it's 5 counselors and 2 staff coming. All those in favor? That's carried. I think we can carry on. Okay, so the next one is the item in which Councillor Barry and I declared, this is the Royal Canadian Legion Ranch 394 in regards to windows. I declared Councillor Bray and I declared pecuniary interest, so I'm not going to speak to it or vote to it, but I will continue to chair because it's. But I guess I would like to see if someone wants to. What they're asking for is a letter of support. Would someone?
Well, Mr. Mayor,
No,
I
you-
don't think you're allowed to chair a meeting where you have a pecuniary interest.
Sure. I'm just not allowed to speak to it, but do you want to chair the meeting? Chair the meeting. I don't care. I mean, it's then now you got 3 people that.
So you just,
Yeah.
and again, this becomes like trucking through mud. So I can have a pecuniary interest in a matter that I can sit and you could be looking at people in the crowd or looking at your fellow counselors or nodding or doing something. What most people do is they leave the building.
It's
okay?
not a requirement.
Well, I didn't say it was a requirement. I said what most people do is leave the building, but they sure as heck don't continue to chair the meeting. It like, this gets so difficult. I know it sounds like I'm complaining about everything, but.
It
you know,
does,
it's your
yeah.
Actions that cause this stuff, that cause the controversy on council. You should not be chairing the section of the meeting that has to do with the pecuniary interest. I agree, you don't have to leave the building.
I am just trying to get us out of here and we're already used up our half hour. I mean, look, if you want to, why don't you chair the meeting for this
Thank you,
item?
I
then?
will.
If it's not worth making an issue out of. I don't.
Would
It's not
Could
that.
could the clerk please ask the integrity commissioner that question, whether someone who declares pecuniary interest can continue to chair the meeting when that item comes up? Thank you very much. And we'll get an answer for it. And I will apologize if I'm wrong. Hopefully you'll apologize if you're wrong. Thank you. So the Legion letter, I will read here. Let me just get to it. 11.6, the Royal Canadian Legion Branch 394 letters in regard to a funding application with respect to new windows. That the Council of the Municipality of Whitestone receives for information the Royal Canadian Legion Branch 394 correspondence in regards to a funding application with respect to new windows, and that the Council of the Municipality of Whitestone requests that staff prepare a letter of support for the Royal Canadian Legion Branch 394 in regards to a funding application to Employment and Social Services Canada New Horizons for Seniors Program. I need someone to move that. Councillor Woods, I need someone to second it. Councillor Nash, any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor? Pass, thank you.
Okay, thank you. It is passed. So what do we have left? Correspondence. There are several items of correspondence. I think maybe a couple of them are worth mentioning, but anyway, how about we decide if there are any that you want to extract for comment?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, if we could extract item 4 item F, just for a comment.
I'm sorry, which item is that?
Item F.
F.
I said 4 at first. I don't know where
Oh.
it came from.
I have one, just let me get to it. G.
Okay, gee, that's Belvedere.
Finding it.
Anybody else? Got any? Um. Okay, I will just add item O very quickly. Okay, so with the following, so they are E, G, and O, so so E is, no, sorry, it's not E, it's F. Which was J Jackson memo and the G is Belvedere. Debbie Zulak's message and O is MMAH. And that's building and rural. Okay, so, all right. Mover and seconder, please, that whereas Council of Municipality Whitestone has reviewed the correspondence items listed on page 8 of the September 5th council agenda. Now therefore be it resolved that council receive the correspondence items for information with the following extracted for further discussion / action and their F, G, and O. Who wants to move that? Councillor Nash. Seconded by Councillor Woods. All those in favor? You're in favor, Councillor Lamb? Okay, that's carried. So now we can proceed to talk about the ones that you wanted. Briefly, please.
Am I up?
No, well, no, F was the first one, which was the one requested by Councillor Nash.
Perfect. I'll be really brief on it. I don't want to get into a big debate or anything with it. I just wanted it noted I'd asked for this to be included, so I wanted to thank staff for putting it in. I know it's a memo from John Jackson in regards to flood elevations or origin of flood elevation. And I know some members of the public had received it, so I just wanted to make sure it was included in our agenda so that everybody in the public could see it. And the only thing I found, well, I found lots of it interesting when I read it, but I know, on recent files since I've been on council, there's a lot of discussion, as was earlier tonight, about the elevation of Lake Wawashkesh and 229, and I keep hearing 229, and I found it very interesting when I read on one of the pages from the Lake Wawashkesh Association that says we are happy with the proposed 100-year flood elevation of 228.3. I found it very interesting that they were okay with 228.3, and now there's this big fight that it has to be 229. I don't want to get into a big debate, but I just found that quite interesting when I'd read it, going back in the files over the last 20 years or whatever. So anyways, I appreciate staff for including it. I think this way everybody in the public can see it. So thank you very much. And that's all.
Okay, thank you. Item G.
I misread it, so I'll withdraw. I don't have any comment.
Oh, all right. Okay.
When I read it over, I don't know why.
Oh, okay.
It had something to do with the loan and
Yeah.
and did they need municipal approval or not? And they kind of keep going back and forth here, but I think I thought it said in here that they did need municipal approval for a loan or a line of credit, but I don't think they do. I think they're saying they do not. Is that how people read it? They can just go get $4 million line of credit?
Not,
And not tell us? and say,
as,
"There you
as
go."
I remember, that was the advice that the board received at one point. Now whether they can get it without some support from the the ownership, let's call it.
Yeah,
I don't know. I mean, that seemed to be at one point at least seemed to be problematic. So I'm not sure that I can answer your question. I'm sorry, but
but that is what my question was.
yeah,
Do
I'm
they
not,
need
yeah,
Approval or not, and
yeah.
I think they told us out here at our meeting that they didn't need approval.
No, I
And
think
read
that's what
this
they
as
said, yeah.
saying They do need approval. So I don't know what can we get that clarified? If they get a loan or a line of credit, because they're two separate things, right? Do they need permission of the owners to do that or not?
Yes, my understanding is from Mrs. Zulak is that she spoke to Art Coles and he's telling me now that yes, they do need permission to encumber the municipality in respect of the line of credit.
That's
So
what I read.
yes,
That's why I wanted this brought up. right?
yes, they
So-
need our permission. If we want to be part of that line of credit, or if, I think they can get a line of credit without all of the municipalities, but the municipalities that are part of the line of credit, they need their permission. And if you're not part of the line of credit, my understanding is that the
Yeah.
levy changes.
Well, I know it seems like I got an axe to grind with Belvedere, but I really think this is very, very confusing when they change their mind from 1 month to the next month and then back to the next month and they either need to get a consult or something in that can direct them properly or do something, because this is a little ridiculous. And I appreciate Debbie, by the way. I think she's doing a great job of sending this out to us so we understand some critical questions. But anyway, that's just a comment.
What I can tell you quickly, I know we're short of time. The Belvedere Heights is meeting with the CAOs at the end of September. I think it's the 28th, which is, hopefully we don't have a council meeting on that date. But so I'll be sure to bring that up and get clarification again. And they wanted to talk to the CAOs about what they're doing. We'll bring that back to our councils and I'll update you.
I think.
All right. Okay. So thank you. And a number, I mean, got to turn that off. Anyway, number O is simply a message from Ministry of Municipal Affairs and Housing from Minister Clark, who is now no longer Minister Clark. No longer has a portfolio, but in any case, he did mention something that I wanted you to at least make sure that you took a look at. They are saying, okay, we realize that the situation is different in small municipalities like ours, in rural Ontario and so on. And they're maybe going to make available some additional assistance or resources or whatever so that we could play our part in that. And we do have something in our official plan relative to this. And so I think we should be thinking about how we might sort of address the topic of whether or not there is something that we can do in the area of what I'll call attainable housing in Whitestone. And how we would approach that problem. And I'm not, clearly we're not going to do it tonight, but I wanted to plant the seed. And if I come up with something, I may bring it forward. And if you have some ideas about it, then I would appreciate if you would bring it forward. So, okay. With that, I think we're done with correspondence. Councillor items. Is there anything, Councillor Woods?
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. I'll be quick as possible. Fireworks were attended pretty well. Awesome show. I had a good time. I'd like to thank everybody that helped put the fireworks on. Thought it was great. We're end of summer now. School's back in. Just a reminder to everybody to slow down. You'll see a lot of kids moving around the roads. Pay attention a little bit more. Thanks very much. I'd appreciate it. I'm sure everybody else's parent would too. And at the end of a long haul of summer, I would like to thank all of our municipal staff for the work that you've done, because I know it's been a real long haul this summer for everybody. So I would like to send that thanks out to everybody on staff. And that's it. Thanks, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Woods. Councillor Lamb.
Yeah, just very quickly. I love this sign out here that says slow down. How hard is it to get a second sign in next year's budget? So it's at that end of the town too? Like, cause
Okay,
you see it if you're
I'll-
coming
I'll
from
let-
Fundridge, but you don't see it if you're coming from Perry Sound, right?
True.
It's as easy as adding to the budget and getting council to approve.
Well, but yeah, but you just made $3,000 tonight.
We did
As
indeed.
well, I
Okay,
did not.
we'll make
What-
a note
what's
of
one of
that.
those things cost?
About $5,000.
We'll put it in next year's budget for debate, I guess, right?
All right, will do.
Thank you.
There's one other little step that the CAO didn't mention. We have to get permission from MTO to put it where we want it. We can't just plunk them all over the place. They have to say it's okay, right?
That's true. I noticed on Facebook, some folks were saying, why wasn't it this location? Why wasn't it that
Oh, I didn't
location?
see
But yeah, that's the location that MTO gave us. But if it's at the other end of the community, I'm sure we can find a location. It only took Dave 6 months to get approval, so
There you
we'll
go.
start early.
Well, ask for permission.
Yeah.
Or maybe just put it up and don't it? No, the MTO is pretty strict.
They'll take it away.
They will.
Powers will take it away. Okay, other comments, Councillor Bray, you,
Well, yeah, I was gonna mention about the same thing, because boy, oh boy, it's a real good reminder when you come over that hill and to remember to slow down. And I agree with Councillor Lamb. It'd be nice to have one at this end because of the vehicles that are just speeding by. I do hope that we'll be able to get some data. Will we, Madam CAO, like that we can share with the OPP, because I think that would be great.
Yes, yes. Dave has assured me that we can, I can download it, but Dave does it a lot better than I can download the data. And I don't know what the format and what the report looks like, but the idea is definitely to share it with the OPP. That's always been our intention. And then
That would be
they can
wonderful.
understand.
And I'm not sure if everybody knows, but our detachment commander is moving along to another position in North Bay. So we'll be, I think it's Stephanie Van, I can't remember. I have to look again, is the interim detachment commander.
okay.
So we wish Jeremy
Hmm.
great success in his new position, because that'll be exciting.
Okay, thank you. Make a note of that. Okay. Anybody else, Councillor Nash?
Thank you. I just wanted to let the other councillors know that today I went out and visited Bolger Landing again. And just wanted to let when I was out there, there was about 43 boats on the shoreline, 19 shore dockers and about 15 cars in the parking lot. And there was just something else that can be done on another council meeting, but I must say I was a little disappointed that there was a sign up that said, please leave prime boat parking to our senior Magneto Pioneer Association members. And the landing is being monitored 24/7 by a video camera for security reasons and the protection of property. And another one that says, although the MPA will not ban jet skis, I won't read all of it, but I guess they make the rules out there, not the municipality. That's all I'm gonna say. So I was a little disappointed to see those signs when I thought they were supposed to be removed, but anyways.
Okay, anything else? No. All right. We don't, well, questions from the public. We do have one member of the public who's still with us. Margie Salagi. Margie, did you?
I do. Thank you very much. And good evening, everyone. I know it's been a long meeting, so I'll be brief. I actually have a question in regards to correspondence L. It was not pulled for comment or discussion. That was the correspondence regarding Schwanaga Lake Road. I actually was although the solutions vary from some of the thoughts that I had shared with council, there are 65 people along Schwanaga Lake Road, so it doesn't surprise me that their solutions may vary. I was very much more of a, let's take it a step by step approach as opposed to all or nothing, seasonal or permanent. But different people think differently. What I found remarkable is that even though the solutions make difference, the concerns in fact are really quite similar. And so it was nice to hear it from someone else besides me for a change. But it did bring two questions to mind that I'm hoping you can help me with. The first one was within the comments of the letter, they talked about parking on Shawanaga Lake Road, simply, driving to the furthest part they could do and, parking their trailer there, and that wasn't a problem. Now, my understanding is, in fact, that that is not allowed. I've talked to the municipal office, I've talked to the OPP, and they simply, and that she's quite right. That has caused friction down at this end of the lake. My understanding is parking along a municipal road like Shawanaga Lake Road, blocking the road or blocking other people's driveways is not okay. So regardless of time of year, I guess my question is which is correct? And do you want to hear my second question?
I guess, did you understand the first question? I'm not sure.
They talked. Okay, so they talked about that it didn't used to be a problem, that they simply drove in as far as they could get and parked on the side of the road, and now they're being confronted and hassled about it. They talk about coming in multiple times over the winter. They talk about being asked for contribution of plowing if they so do. Personally, I have not asked anybody ever for a penny, but it would surprise me if they are in fact using the road multiple times over the winter, that eventually somebody says, hey, maybe you'd like to chip in. They talk about, maybe making a parking lot. A parking lot already exists at the corner of Lorimer Lake Road and Beach Road. They could park there at any time they wish during the winter and take their snowmobiles in without a problem. So that solution to me, I think already exists. But their solution, and many other people this past winter have been just, going in as far as you can along Shawanaga Lake Road and then leaving your car and your trailer and taking your snowmobile and carrying on as far as you need to go. And that, of course, has caused problem. I have contacted the municipal office and the OPP, both of whom tell me, Margie, just call. We will send out the bylaw officer. The OPP says, just call. We will send out the OPP and have that car removed. So is that correct information?
As far as I know, it is, yes.
Yeah.
We'll let the CIO answer,
Well,
yeah.
I don't have a good answer for that question right now. I'd have to look into it. I didn't realize it was a problem. We see people park on the side of the road in the winter from time to time. If they're in the way of the snowplow, we certainly call the bylaw enforcement officer. If they're not in the way of the snowplow and they're only there for a couple of hours, we tend not to do any enforcement because people are visiting or, just looking for doing some ice fishing or something like that. I don't know what the right answer is right now, but I'll look into it, Margie, and I'll get back to you.
In the instances this past winter, they were actually blocking Granite Lane. Like they were blocking the entry to Granite Lane. So I did call the office and talk to the folks there, and the OPP were both of the mind that that's not permissible, but that would be great if I can get clarity on that. It doesn't surprise me that people will be asking people to move if they can't get into their driveway. The other comment that they made was that they pay taxes to live, and I quote, they pay taxes to live on a seasonal road. My understanding is or I guess this is the question, are there any differences in the tax rate for seasonal versus permanent residents? My understanding there was only one tax rate and all people pay it regardless of whether they're seasonal or permanent or whatever. Did I get that clarified?
CIO, do you want to answer?
Yes, there is one tax rate, one residential tax rate.
Okay, thank you.
Well, there's a farm rate and there's a commercial and an industrial rate. Oh, that's right.
Yes,
Commercial
it
is
is.
the same as residential.
And I just, if I could go back to Margie, your first comment there. And
Mhm.
I don't think people like my answer, but I think we have to remember that it's a non-plowed municipal road. And, you know, if somebody's blocking it because people are plowing it, it is a seasonal road, not a year-round road. And, it's a municipal road, not an OPP patrolled road, just not wanting a response back, but just, I think we have to keep that in mind. That I think the residents have taken upon themselves to plow the road, and others might stop and park along it and go to their properties, which they may do, or not do, but it's not a municipally plowed road. It's not a municipal four-season road. It's a seasonal road. That's all.
So are you saying, Scott, that doing that would be permissible?
I wasn't saying that. I was just stating the facts is all.
Well, look, I think it really depends on what rights the other people have to use the road. If you are obstructing somebody from accessing their property, even if it's via a snowmobile, you could be in violation of provincial statutes. So, and there have been situations where the OPP has responded and ordered a car tow or a vehicle towed because it was blocking. It was preventing other people from getting there, even though the road wasn't plowed, right? So, you know, the right of way usually doesn't say anything about what time of year you're allowed to use it. It just says you have a right to cross the property that the road's on, so. The OPP can patrol anywhere they want. Well. Yeah, well. Yeah, you want to try that sometime.
Well, I think what's really good about this is that there is some dialogue, and you can imagine that same dialogue occurs between people that use this road. So that's the problem that we're dealing with, and I would just like clarity in the information that I pass along to other people. So I appreciate that.
Well, maybe our CIO can ask the bylaw enforcement officer about it. What he thinks about it. All right, thank you. If there are no other members of the public, so I'm going to move to the confirming bylaw, please. I got a mover and seconder that bylaw 60-2023 being the confirmatory bylaw for the regular council meeting of Tuesday, September 5th, 2023, be given a first, second, and third and final reading and is passed as of this date. And it looks like Councillor Lamb and Councillor Nash are moving that one. All those in favor, please indicate. Okay, it's carried. And finally, we have adjournment. Who wants to move that one? Councillor Woods, seconded by Councillor Bray. Now therefore be it resolved that this meeting be adjourned at, it looks like 8:26 p.m. until the regular closed session meeting of Thursday, September 7th, 2023 at 4 p.m. or at the call of the chair. All those in favor, please indicate. Oh, sorry. Yeah, I did get a mover in a sec. All those in favor? Okay. All right. Thank you, folks. This meeting is adjourned.